You see the button for the...
This is the house mic.
Ah. Is this your mic?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Please take your seat so we can start in 30 seconds. Come down to the front. We want to see you up front. Everybody in the room? Anyone lingering outside? Jeff, anyone lingering outside still? A malingerer? Well, welcome to this Christianity and National Security Conference. I believe it's our 6th. I believe our first one was in 2017. We took a break for the pandemic, but each one has been one of the highlights of our year. We, meaning the Institute on Religion and Democracy, of which I'm president, and our program and publication called Providence, a Journal of Christianity and American Foreign Policy, which we founded in 2016 to be a voice for Christian realism and to help Christians understand global statecraft and international relations and national security and issues of power and authority about which there is so much confusion in American Christianity. So we're delighted that you are here. Obviously, we are across 2 days, starting today at 1, concluding by 5, and tomorrow from 9 till 4. Each speaker has about 45 minutes, meaning he or she will speak for 20 or 25 minutes typically, and then there'll be about 20 minutes for questions and comments. We have not made any room for breaks, no breaks. So sorry, just buckle up and enjoy the ride. If you need to step outside, we won't physically stop you, but we don't have time for breaks except for meals. We will have dinner available this evening back at the IRD office if you'd like to join us, unless you make your own plans. And then breakfast will be available here at the Army Navy Club, I believe, starting at 8 a.m. in the hallway. And then lunch will also be served here tomorrow at noon. I believe snacks and coffee will be available this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon. So no reason to leave the room or to go very far. Everything you need is right here. I'm very, very glad that our first speaker today is Eric Patterson, the head of the Religious Freedom Institute, which has brought their own delegation of students here today wonderfully. But Eric is an old friend, a longtime board member of the Institute on Religion and Democracy, a contributor to Providence. He edits or writes a book about every 12 months, so it's very hard to keep up, but his most recent production just released a basic guide to the just war tradition, Christian foundations and practices, which I understand is only $16. So I encourage all of you to get a copy, and a book that Eric released last year that he edited along with Daryl Charles, who will be our next speaker, Just War and Christian Traditions, to which I contributed a chapter, is a review of how various Christian traditions have addressed just war traditions. So it's a wonderful resource that I commend to you. But Eric, thank you so much for joining us, and we've been looking forward to you.
Well, thank you. It's a truly an honor to be with you here today and to start off this conference. And my remarks will frame what we call Christian realism, which is the shared framework for thinking about national security stewardship, foreign policy, and international relations that the speakers of this conference all operate from. And before we get to the framework for Christian realism, let me take you back 100 years to this month and this year in 1923, because we're just at about two major, I hesitate to call them anniversaries because they're horrific, but this month in 1923, both a German socialist communist party essentially takes power in one German state, and 2 weeks later, Adolf Hitler and his friends lead the beer hall putsch to try to take over the state of Bavaria. Now, how did we get to that point in 1923? And it's because there were two worldviews, two visions for Europe and for the post-war order that came out of the First World War. Now, one of these you're quite familiar with. Today, we call it a form of liberal internationalism, but it would be better to be called idealism or utopianism. Now, remember what it was like in 1918, 1919, 1920. 6 million dead in Europe, over 20 million dead worldwide as the soldiers from Europe spread the Spanish flu around the world. Western Europe was decimated. The former Russian Empire had fallen to the Soviets, and they were in a state of civil war, but they were pulled out of the International War in 1917. And so what we have is a chaotic environment on the world stage. We have a retreat of the United States. We can't get Versailles through the Versailles Treaty through our own Senate. America steps back from leadership. It's a time of destruction, and it's a time of deep, deep sadness. You'll hear about some of that sadness in Joe Loconte's talk when he talks about Tolkien and C.S. Lewis tomorrow. Well, one viewpoint at the end of the war was that war was so destructive and it was so terrible, we can never let it happen again. And so idealists said, what are the things we can do to banish even from our thoughts that we could ever go to war like that again? I've got an idea. Let's disarm. If we get rid of all of our weapons or draw them down very, very low, and if we disband our army like the US military did, that will show that we're not threatening to anybody. So everybody around the world will know we're nice and we're not going to go to war. Here's a second thing. Let's create international laws that outlaw war. The Kellogg-Briand Pact and other treaties were specifically designed to make it illegal to go to war. So why would anyone go to war if they'd be breaking the law? A third was international institutions like the League of Nations. Let's create an organization where if there's a bully, somebody, somewhere, will take care of it. We have an organization, right? Everyone's a part of it. We say we're not going to go to war, and if someone breaks the rules, well, somebody in the organization will make the organization police them and stop that from happening. So that was one vision of what the 1920s might look like. Free and open trade, open economies, et cetera. And what that resulted in was disorder. If you were a German in the early 1920s, you faced a number of negative realities. The first one was, remember, there were no battles during World War I on German soil. The Germans picked up from France and Belgium. They marched home. And so there was a sense in some quarters that they'd been betrayed. Their leaders had betrayed them. But you know why the German High Command sued for peace and accepted a pretty onerous treaty that we call the Treaty of Versailles? That's because at home, the fleet at Kiel had mutinied. At home, hundreds of thousands of communists were marching in the streets in 1917 and 1918, sabotaging factories and trying to stop the war effort. The German High Command and the German elite families understood that their country was teetering and it might fall into communism as it happened in the Soviet Union in 1917. And so they sued for peace, even though the Versailles Treaty was a harsh treaty. So in the early 1920s, the Germans were paying reparations. The German leadership was very scared of communism taking over their country. And the government kept tottering. It kept falling apart as social democrats could not put together a working coalition. And as many of you know, the economy fell apart. In August of 1917, $1 was the equivalent, if I recall correctly, to 200 German marks. Within a year, it was 4.2 million German marks to $1 in 12 months. That's August of 2023. And we begin to see throughout 2023 fighting in the streets between communists and the forces of the German government. We see the communists try to take over Saxony in mid-October of 2023. And it's at that point that a counter force that says the international community is no help. They have this idealistic notion of peace, love, cotton candy, whatever. And we're facing these communists. What is our response to that? And so the young Nazi party took as its cue the fascists in Italy. The year before, Benito Mussolini and his forces had marched peacefully but quite forcefully across the country to Rome, and the government collapsed and the fascists took over. Earlier in 1923, the Bulgarians, who had been part of the Central Powers, an ally of Germany and the Austrian-Hungarian Empire during World War I, a country that had the same reparations as Germany, they had a military coup that got rid of a weak government. And Hitler and the people around him said a hyper-nationalistic, chauvinistic, religio-cultural movement, a fascist movement, that is what's going to restore power. That's what's going to restore Germans' glory. And at the end of October, they planned a coup to take over Bavaria. Now, by the way, you probably know the story. Hitler was marching alongside Goering and other early Nazis to take over this position, and they were actually stopped. In fact, gunfire killed the man that Hitler was walking with. It actually pulled Hitler to the ground and disabled his shoulder. What if that bullet had just been a few inches over? I mean, history would have been different, right? Maybe. Hitler goes to jail, and his speeches as a defendant electrify the country. By putting him in jail, they don't stop him. They give him a national stage. It's in jail he writes Mein Kampf. And again, he sets a vision for a bold, aggressive, rearmed German state based on an idea of cultural and racial supremacy. So in the 1920s, we have two visions. We have a vision in Italy, a vision in Germany, and it's paralleled by a vision in Japan of racial superiority as well. We have a vision of an aggressive, nationalistic type of state, and we have this wobbling international system that hides behind paper. Of course, the apogee of the West's weakness was Neville Chamberlain a decade later, flying twice and begging Hitler for peace, and then flying home after selling out 3 countries, not 1, not 2, but 3 really, and saying, remember this? What did he say? I hold here in my hand the signature of Herr Hitler. This is peace in our time. And of course, it was peace for a few months, and that's all. Well, are those our only 2 alternatives? And the answer, of course, is no. What developed in the 1930s was a third way of thinking about international affairs, rooted in a Christian theological perspective, rooted in not idealism, although there's a lot of hope, but rooted in a realistic approach to world affairs. And we call that Christian realism. We associate it with writers at the time like the theologians John C. Bennett and Reinhold Niebuhr. And we think about it also in terms of historians and professors and diplomats, such as Herbert Butterfield, Martin White, and others. A few years later, people like John Foster Dulles clearly fit into this category. What I'd like to do is walk you through 8 points of this framework, because this is going to be the superstructure for so many of the other things you hear over the next 2 days. So first, Christian realism is a strand of international relations or political science. So Christian realism is rooted in social science analysis, okay? This isn't biology, but it is rooted in an academic study of how to think about international relations, national security, political science, etc. Second, and importantly, this is a tradition that is theologically Augustinian. And it's especially theologically Augustinian in thinking about politics, living in this world and the other, and second, in its anthropology. So let me say something about anthropology. And Augustinian anthropology realizes that all have fallen short of the glory of God. All are sinners. So humanity, on the one hand, is a fallen race. But second, at the same time, God put tremendous potential into us. We're supposed to be the stewards to take dominion over the earth. And so we have responsibilities. We have political and social responsibilities. And by the way, so often people get caught up on that word dominion. You need to think about dominion as having responsibility for a domain, not domination. So stewardship of a domain an area of responsibility, not crushing dominion. And so that theological anthropology of fallen people, but with responsibilities and created in the image of God, means that we actually have work and hope about what we need to do. Third, Christian realism in the Augustine tradition emphasizes political order in a fallen world. So we live in a fallen world, right? But that doesn't mean we throw up our hands, and it doesn't mean that we chant idealistic slogans. It means we get to work. And what we see in Romans 13 and in models from the Old Testament is that government is a natural institution created by God. It can take a lot of different forms, but it's a natural institution created by God. And it has a role. It has a role to preserve order, to punish wrongdoers, and to advance justice. Fourth, Christian realism emphasizes power. Now, I'd love to hear a few more sermons about power, but we don't talk about power all that much as Christians. And power is a neutral category. It is not inherently good. It is not inherently bad. It is in a sense force that authorities are supposed to use, and they're supposed to use it for the common good. And there are different loci of authority. Parents have power in their domain, right? Churches have ecclesial authority in their domain. The leaders of a business have a certain type of power in their domain. And when we think about it that way, all the possible goods of power, like law enforcement protecting us, it makes us recall that power is not necessarily a bad thing. And I will point out, there's at least 3 ways to think about power. One is, I coerce you to do something. A second is that I persuade you to do what I want you to do. And a third is that I persuade you that actually it's in your interest, your real interest, to do it. We call that third thing diplomacy, right? Looking for mutual interests, what benefits us, what benefits you. I mean, that's what so much power is about. And so as you're thinking, as so many of you are, about a vocation in national security or foreign policy or intelligence or some sort of other form of leadership, recognize that we are called in the sphere that we're in to use power for the common good. And so often it's in this realm of the mutual authority. Now, by the way, there are times for that coercive form of power, right? The West had to use coercive power to stop Hitler. There is a place for that when diplomacy breaks down. Fifth, Christian realism criticizes the potency of collective chauvinisms. And I'm lumping into collective chauvinisms things like hypernationalisms, ethno-religious ideologies, materialist ideologies like communism or socialism. In other words, Christian realists are very skeptical of any group that says exclusively our culture, language, religion, ideology makes us superior to other groups. And when you read the Christian realists of the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, they poke fascism, they poke communism, they poke forms of ethno-religious idolatry. In each case, why? Because that puts the group, the Germans, the fascists, the Japanese, it elevates them above God. It creates an idol of a people group, and it says that everybody else is subhuman or barbaric or lesser than ourselves. Sixth, Christian realism looks at all 3 levels of analysis when looking at social phenomena. And those 3 levels are the individual, domestic society, and the international realm. Now, I know a lot of you are poli-sci or international relations students, and what happens so often is a book of history or a book analyzing a certain event will really focus kind of around one thing. Okay, it was Napoleon who did everything for 20 years in France, right? And so the biography is about Napoleon, and it doesn't say much about domestic politics or a weak international system. Or another book may only focus on the fact that there's not a government over the world, we have anarchy, and so we look for explanations there. Well, Christian realists recognize when we're looking at war, when we're looking at peace, when we're looking at the complexities of international life, that individuals and their personalities matter. You can't really understand World War II without something about Hitler, Churchill, FDR, right? But that's not all there is. And we need to look at the phenomena at the domestic political level as well. What is the structure of a regime that allows it to put the brakes on or go to war? What's the difference in the way that decision-making happens between different groups in a pluralistic society? And we also look at the international situation. What is it at the international level that's most likely to lead to peace or cause war? What are the irritants in international life that are outside the control of governments? For instance, terrorist groups. Seventh, Christian realism is inherently anti-doctrinaire. Another way of saying that is Christian realism rejects most isms. Christian realism rejects most isms. You'll find the writings of Christian realists, they do not want to be tied down to one kind of partisan or policy or viewpoint, and that they're very critical of narrow types of thinking that impose an ideological agenda on everything. And of course, during the Cold War, Soviet communism and Chinese communism, Mao's Little Red Book, for instance, the way that everything had to fit in an ideological box. And by the way, if you don't fit the ideology, off with your head, right? Those types of views lack the creativity needed for political phenomena, but they also, once again, they elevate a way of thinking above Christianity, above Christian witness. Last, eighth, Christian realism always talks about limits and restraint. And I think that what you're going to hear in the next couple of days, Paul Miller talking about Afghanistan, he's going to talk about limits and restraint, and we can only do so much. You're going to hear from Daryl later today on Ukraine. What is the limit? How far do we go? What can be done? How do we think about trade-offs? Christian realists over and over again talk about the unintended consequences. If we do this, what might happen? What might we not intend? What might be a second or third order effect of this policy? Rebecca Heinrichs, who I assume is going to speak on nuclear deterrence, she's thinking through, okay, if we do this, they might respond in these one of 17 ways. How do we think through all the different possible strategies that we could employ for peace? And how do we think about the ways that the other side might respond, including ways that we didn't intend for them to respond? And so Christian realism is always concerned with limits. The just war tradition is a part of that. Worried about restraint so that governments don't become idolatrous entities unto themselves, and thinking about secondary or unintended consequences. So that's the Christian realism tradition. The people who were the leaders of that in the 1930s and 40s, they went on to influence the U.S. Department of State. They went on to influence the White House. You might find it hard to believe, but on the 25th anniversary of Time magazine, who did they put on their cover? It was 1948. 25th anniversary of Time magazine, 1948. They could have put the president of the United States. He would have been worthy. Israel had just become a country. Maybe they put someone from Israel. The United Nations had just been founded. Maybe they put someone from the United Nations. Maybe they put a famous baseball player or a poet or a musician. No. The cover of the anniversary issue, Reinhold Niebuhr, father of the Christian realist tradition, because of his impact on the way the West would think about politics. So I'm going to end right there and open it up to you for questions. And there's a mic here so that we can capture it for the video. So what I ask you to do is raise your hand. The mic will come to you. And would you identify yourself and your institution? And then we'll take your question.
I could remind you all that if you would like to tweet about this conference, the hashtag is CNS2023. Is that right, James?
That's right, Mark.
Anyone here tweet in the room? Or just for old people then? I think it's just for old people.
Can anyone attach it to my MySpace page?
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel. I'm with the Builder Learning Institute. I was wondering if you have any readings or a Spark Notes comparison of Christian realism and Christian Zionism, and if they're complementary or a little bit more combative.
Yeah, I would say that Christian Zionism is such a I mean, it depends on which flavor of Christian Zionism we're talking about, but it's such a tiny, minor tradition in a lot of ways that I don't know that there's been a clear analysis of the two. So there's a research project for you. But I will say that in the Providence pages, there are 2 articles, one by Mark Levesque, one by me, that just sketch out this framework that we just said in about 1,000-word piece or 750-word piece. But there may be a research project for you right there.
John Bush, U.S. Embassy Kyiv, although I'm just here as a private person. So a lot of the elements you were describing line up perfectly with Russell Kirk and traditionalist conservatism. I was just curious. Obviously, he's active in that same era that Christian realism is being birthed. So to what extent did the 2 groups interact?
Yeah, thanks for asking about that, and greetings from mutual friends. Here's something that's interesting, is that in the 1930s and 40s, many of the people who became what we call Christian realists actually were center-left. Niebuhr was, and others. And in part that has to do with the political dynamics of the country were actually quite different at that time. For instance, the conservative wing of the country, there was a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism, Charles Lindbergh and others. And so our parties don't exactly map today to that time period. But I'd say that this idea of Christian realism, this term for this Augustinian approach to politics, it really is not something new. When Augustine is talking about Christian just war thinking, when Vittoria is doing an analysis in the 16th century of the good, the bad, and the ugly of Spain's involvement in the New World, they're using these same types of categories. We just don't kind of have this coherent name for this kind of broad stream until the mid 20th century. Clearly, national security conservatives who were really classical liberals, not reactionary conservatives, if that makes sense. Freedom, justice, order, the vision of the founders, they are Christian realists.
Okay. No, with Kirk, though, it's specifically the anti-doctrinaire, against Procrustean ideologies, Augustine worldview. There were several other points where it just lines up perfectly. But you're saying they didn't really cross-pollinate. Okay,
what I'm saying is, in this big classical liberal tradition of the United States, order, liberty, a strong national defense, popular sovereignty, individual rights, all of those types of things, the answer would be yes. But when it came to kind of what did the political coalition look like in the mid-1940s, Niebuhr and others, they're actually not, you don't see them responding to Kirk, for instance, and that strain of conservatism. I'm going to give you a scholarly secondary answer to this and just say this, that there's a baton passing in the second generation of Christian realism, which is the back end of the Vietnam War, so the 70s and the 80s, and people who much more identify with that tradition because the political structures changed in the U.S. So Ernie Lefevre, who founds EPPC, Paul Ramsey, Kenneth R. Thompson at UVA, those guys, they all cite Russell Kirk.
Okay, so just pull more liberals over more traditional.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry for going
Yeah.
on that.
If you could all wait for you to get to the microphone, it's not so that people in this room can hear you, it's for the recording.
Yep. And could we catch this young man right here in the front, and then we'll move back.
Thank you. I'm Humberto Lumas. I'm with Brownstein Heights. I have a quick question on how Christian realism differs from what we consider traditional realism, but realism of Machiavelli, Hobbes, and Cornelius. How does it fully differentiate between Machiavelli's realism, which tends to be more, maybe not as necessarily amoral or totally moral, versus the Christian realism, which does sound has trying to moral means or moral ends?
Yeah. So within the larger realist tradition, we often will find either states have their own logic. There's no sin in international relations. There's just realpolitik. There's just the state doing what it has to do for its own power and security. Or kind of a Machiavellian view. Of course, Machiavellian was pro-democracy and stuff, right? You read the discourses. But in The Prince, this idea that the leader, and if you want to be a leader, that you have to do whatever it takes, sometimes this, in a different situation, that, but that there's a realpolitik kind of logic there as well that's really based on power. The Christian realist says, we recognize the world as sinful and fallen, and that's a real moral category. So the state doesn't just have a preservationist view that anything goes, that there are categories. And by the way, what's the purpose of the state? This gets to your question, but what's the purpose of the state in the first place? The purpose of government is the common good. So international peace, international security, the good of all people. So that's quite a bit different from that other form of realpolitik type of realism, that focus on the common good. Our government has a responsibility to its own people, but that doesn't mean it has no other moral responsibilities. And we're going to, at the very next talk, looking at Ukraine, or Mark Lewicki's talk on Hamas today, they fit into that category. So thank you.
How did Christian religion regard that Christian pacifist traditions, Quakers and Mennonites are incompatible, or there is a commonality? I'm so glad that you asked. I was waiting for that question.
So when it comes to Christian pacifism, during the 1920s, most American churches took a pacifistic stance. And they took that pacifistic stance not out of a rich theology. In other words, they didn't go, for instance, to the Schleitheim Confession of 1523 and expound a rich, fully orbed Christian pacifism based on Christians being outside of the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That was very few churches, only churches pretty much in the Anabaptist tradition, which only make up about 3% of Christians. They're the only ones really that way. What happens in the 1920s is a kind of political pacifism, including in the churches, that say things like, war is just too horrible to think about ever happening again. We have to figure out ways to love our neighbor. We're going to invest in international peace and security, blah, blah, blah. And so in the Christian realists, Niebuhr in the 1920s started out as a pacifist, as did many others like Bonhoeffer and others. And they were responding, the war was so bad, we have to find another ethic. But the ethic that they landed on was one, oh, well, maybe we just have to turn the other cheek, And as Martin Luther said, if you tell the lamb to lay down with the lion's going to eat the lamb. And so what Hitler did in the 30s, what Mussolini did in the 30s, what the Japanese did in the 30s, all of those things pushed guys like Niebuhr to say, we have to recover the historic Christian ethic, and we're going to have to stand firm against evil. And we've got one all the way in the back, and then this guy here.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. Todd McDonald, student at Virginia Tech. I was just thinking about how some of these principles can be applied, and some of the Christian realists may have offered an answer to this in the past, but during World War II, there was a lot of things done that hadn't been done traditionally in war. For example, the bombing of civilian populations in Japan and in Germany. So I was wondering what types of justifications or opposition they would offer to something like that. If there was something specific, or if there's any thinkers that come to mind that you're like, oh, this is what they did at the time, or what they argued.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to answer this question by giving 3 different Christian answers to that very specific thing. Okay. And so there were debates among Christians on specifically what you just asked about. And by the way, Mark Lewicki, who you're going to hear from later in this conference, has a new book coming out on Hiroshima and the justifications for it. And so he's a great one to ask about this as well. But three positions. One position is to say all of that stuff was wrong. So when bombs dropped on cities and killed civilians, that was wrong. For instance, a famous Catholic thinker at Oxford, Elizabeth Anscombe, actually tried to get Oxford University not to give an honorary doctorate to Harry S. Truman because of him ordering those attacks. My own view is that she's totally wrong. But others feel strongly that there should have been even greater, that even if it meant saving other lives, civilians should never have been bombed. Second view is the view that Niebuhr and some Christian realists took. And this is a view that I would call a lesser evil, or a dirty hands view. And it's this: we live in a fallen world and we have no good options. Every option means some killing and destruction. And so, and here's the punchline. So we will be guilty of killing. There's a moral guilt for killing in those cases. Even if it's we're bombing their military and we're accidentally killing some civilians because we're killing, we have blood on our hands. And we just have to accept that guilt because we're in a fallen world. So that's what I'd call the tragic Niebuhrian view. The third view is the classic just war view. And the classic Christian just war view says something like this: true, leaders can make wrong decisions. And where's the first part of that sin? The first part of that sin is when leaders are acting on an unjust cause or with wrong intentions. So we start there. So did we bomb that military plant in that city because we're prosecuting an unjust war? Well, after December 7th, it was not an unjust war for us to go after Japan. And are we doing it out of hatred and vengeance? We hate the Japs. I use that term, you know what I mean? That language of the time. We hate them. We want to crush them. We want to kill them all. We don't want to have any babies. We're going to eliminate them. We hate them. Do we do it for vengeance out of wrath? Or are we doing it with the right intention? We're trying to end this war. This is the fastest way to save other civilian lives, the lives of our own troops, to bring this war to an end as quickly as possible. And so the classic just war view says that authorities, whether in law enforcement, government, the military, that they should be operating on right intention. So when we get to those bombings, for instance, the dropping of the bomb at Hiroshima was designed to bring the war to the fastest possible close, which I believe is the case in that, and at Nagasaki, then it was legitimate. And and how about we take two? We'll take his and we'll take this young lady's as well, please. Yeah, this gentleman right there and this lady here.
Isaac Weber, Patrick Henry College. I suspect we'll get into some of the particulars as we go along with the conference, but in the meantime, is there a framework we can put forward within Christian realism that helps us weigh issues like emerging technologies or transhumanism or other things that are clearly not specifically addressed within the Augustinian tradition, but that the Augustinian tradition can still speak to, if tangentially?
Yeah, and I think that the answer is absolutely yes. And let me just mention a couple of those things. So the first thing is getting human nature right. So an Augustinian worldview is biblically based on God's calling to people, the naturalness of male and female, the sin in human nature, etc. So it's morally orthodox, it's theologically orthodox in those ways. So when it comes to something like transhumanism or other things, our first standpoint for evaluating them is, are we starting from a standpoint of biblical orthodoxy on what it means to be human? And so, for instance, if we go down a path of genetic modification of the human person, if we go down a path of implanting chips in our heads, which already happens in the military in specific cases like for brain injuries and things, if we go down the path of people starting to look like they do in the Hunger Games movies, in the Capitol, all of those types of things, we need to be starting from a position of Christian anthropology, Christian thinking on human nature and things. And the same thing applies for other areas. When it comes to artificial intelligence or thinking about cyber warfare in those areas, and people are kind of like, oh, it's out of control. Well, that's not really true. And again, we start with these categories that Augustine writes about, and they're in the Christian just war tradition, which is in this larger kind of Christian realism. We'll start with authority. Someone is responsible for that. Let's start there. Who's responsible? Government leaders. And there's going to be a framework for how we do cyber war that accords with the law of armed conflict in the just war tradition. Someone's in, and we're going to, and part of that framing is we're going to make sure that the tech dudes who who create all this stuff, that they're operating within the limits, with the restraint of things like just cause, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the value of Christian realism is that it's not a static framework. It brings to bear, it's reminding us we live in the real world. We have responsibilities. We can have hope in Christ, and that in our vocations, what we should be doing is looking for the most creative ways to advance the common good. We have time for one more, Mark.
Yes, we do.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Nishala from Taylor University in Indiana. Point number 7, you said Christian realism inherently rejects isms.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any space in Christian realism that could find useful employment of the frameworks of colonialism or feminism in analyzing international phenomena?
Mm-hmm.
And I agree that it's harmful to use those absolutely in interpreting situations, but curious if that's ever something that's used.
This is it's a smart way of getting at this to help us think about this. So what the Christian realist would say is none of these meta narratives that are exclusives of the Bible, for instance, have full authority to answer, life, the universe, and everything, if you will. So that's really where the critique is. But the Christian realists have no problem with the academic study that uses what we call in the social sciences mid-range theories that explain some things, right? So a mid-range theory explains kind of A, B, and C most of the time, right? We're talking about millions of people, geography, war, economics. They don't explain A to Z all the time. What's interesting when you read, and you mentioned, for instance, feminist theory, when you read Niebuhr and he's deconstructing political ideologies and he's deconstructing nationalism. He actually has a little book that's on ethno-religious nationalism that's made up of a bunch of his essays. It's the same kind of appropriate academic deconstruction type of analysis. Okay, what are the power relations? What are they really saying that we find in the English School of International Relations theory and that we find in the social sciences today? But what Niebuhr didn't say was tear it all down and that's some sort of good in and of itself, or that any one of those lenses is the ultimate lens for understanding everything in the universe. And again, for Christians, that lens we need to be rooted in the Bible. Yeah, thanks.
About 3 minutes.
I have 3 minutes. How about Anna right there?
Anna Breiner, here at RFI. I'm curious to what extent, when Niebuhr and others were framing this new sense of Christian realism, were they framing it as sort of a strand of like civic religion, or was it like distinctly Christian? How unifying was it? And did certain strands of Christianity tend to have pretty severe conflicts with it?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give a couple parts of an answer here. So the first thing is that these guys start writing at a time where there's a debate among theologians about orthodoxy and neo-orthodoxy, and some of these guys like Niebuhr and John C. Bennett are actually not all that orthodox in their own theology at Union Seminary. But what they do realize is that the social gospel, the idealists and the utopians, the Deweyites, the view that we could educate ourselves out of our problems, that humans were always going to make progress, we could build the kingdom of God here on earth. That what they came to realize by the early 1930s is, oh, you know what? Sin is real. I mean, human sin is a real category. We kind of thought it was a storybook thing in the Bible, and we're willing to talk about the history of the Bible and kind of take apart the Greek versus the blah, blah, blah. And boy, we just got smacked upside the head. Evil is real. Human sin is real. And so that in the 1930s is so much about what they center around is how do you understand Soviet communism? How do you understand the Gulag, the Nazis, is around sin. Now, I will say this, that many of those early academic Christian realists in the 30s, 40s, and 50s were not all that theologically conservative. And what has happened over time in the second and the third generations of Christian realism is that the most obvious people writing, Gene Elshtain, George Weigel, Joe Capizzi, myself, Mark Levicki, J. Darrell Charles, Keith Pavlicek, Mark Tully, over the past 40 years, you've seen a big swing back towards theological conservatism as well as kind of a national security conservatism. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. And perfectly, our next speaker, Eric already described to you Daryl Charles, who is co-editor of his book on just war and Christian traditions and is himself a prolific scholar and expert on just war, Christian realism, and many other topics. And he has a beautiful white beard, which makes him very distinguished. Daryl Charles, would you please come forward? Andy has passed out, so be watching for those. Daryl, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Yes, there is a one-page handout being circulated. Sounds very old school, does it not, huh? Okay. Don't fold it up and use it as a projectile headed my way. Use it to roll cigarettes if you don't want to take notes. In any case, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Mark, and it's a delight to be here with you this afternoon. It's hard to believe 3 months ago we arrived at the 1.5 year mark, can you believe it, of the war in Ukraine. No one would have thought that it would be possible that this former Soviet satellite state, just over, 40 million people in number, whose sovereignty and territorial integrity were acknowledged back in 1994, I'll have another allusion to that in a minute, and whose Parliament ratified a constitution in 1996, would have survived over 1.5 years of bombings and Russian attempts at obliteration by barbaric forces. Given Ukraine's remarkably stubborn resistance to this unjust war, and it is wholly unjust by any and all moral measurements, therefore demanding our involvement in some way, perhaps then we have become dull to the war's meaning and global significance. When the war is being covered in news and analysis today, you will never find any mention whatsoever of the 1994 Accord, the Budapest Memorandum. Is that familiar to anybody in this room? Probably to few of us, several but not many, which in fact promised Ukraine's independence. I refer here to the Budapest Memorandum that was signed by 4 powers. Guess who they were? The Russian Federation, Ukraine, the UK, and the US. And at the time, Ukraine exchanged its independence by giving up what was at that time the world's 3rd largest nuclear arsenal. By the way, guess where that arsenal went? Therewith, the signatories agreed to respect, this is the language of the Budapest Memorandum, respect the independence of the existing borders of the Ukraine. It seems to me important questions confront those of us in the West, particularly Great Britain and the US. Was the Budapest Memorandum a political? Was it a moral, shall we say, responsibility? And was it both? And do we as a signatory basically have the responsibility of standing to that commitment? Or are we simply free to ignore it, walk away, and allow Ukraine on her own, simply to disappear? Mr. Putin is committed to a drawn-out war. We know that. He knows that we lack the resolve. Surely in 2023, many Americans, not all, but many, have doubts about why the U.S. should be concerned about a country of barely over 40 million, well, that number is decreasing, whose direct significance to us is not political or military. Let's take care of our own business at home. I mean, just in the last couple of days, of course, even Republican senators wrote Mr. Schumer and Mr. McConnell saying, by the way, in the aid package to Israel, let's not include aid to Ukraine. But President Biden, addressing the Indo-Pacific region leaders in May of last year, you may recall, acknowledged that the U.S. would involve itself directly and militarily in Taiwan should China be intent on denying the island's sovereignty. Now, by the way, I have my doubts as to whether the U.S. would actually put troops and weapons in the way of China. We can argue about that. A conflict, by the way, which is projected to, at latest, confront us in the year 2027. Of course, Xi Jinping sent out basically a threat reminding us a year ago that we're playing with fire if we dare intervene. But allow me to say this, and I'll ask in the form of a question. Will a nation that won't help defeat Ukraine now help in the way of an unjust invader put soldiers and necessary weapons in China's way in the next couple of years? And then, of course, in the week following Hamas's crimes against humanity, President Biden declared the U.S. commitment to stand with Israel. My argument this afternoon, despite Mr. Biden's record on foreign policy, and that's not my purpose for being here, is that the U.S. must connect the dots between Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. The three are connected. As priorities, they do not, I repeat, they do not compete. The growing global disorder is, of course, in part, not fully, but in part, a result of the U.S.'s shameful withdrawal from Afghanistan, which has served to embolden all rogue regimes around the globe. But in my view, Afghanistan is merely emblematic. As former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates has observed, the U.S. finds itself in this uniquely treacherous position, facing aggressive adversaries, yet without the unity and strength to deter them. Now, permit me to press Mr. Biden's logic that used in previous statements concerning Taiwan and Israel, apply them to Ukraine, whose very sovereignty and territorial integrity, that's the language of the memorandum, was promised. What has released us, I ask, from this obligation politically or morally? Published comments by Kremlin advisors indicate that as early as 1997, war was projected should NATO expand and include Ukraine within its orbit. And indeed, in 2014, Putin decided to annex Crimea and wage war through Russian proxy elements in eastern Ukraine, the beginnings of which, one could argue, were in 2008. Clearly, Putin was emboldened by the West's non-response in 2014, clearly, in addition, more recently, to our feckless withdrawal from Afghanistan. Moreover, Putin has made it quite clear in public comments, both past and present, that Ukraine represents a war against the West. And we in the West forget or ignore the fact of his public proclamations, namely, were Ukraine to seek NATO membership, she would exist no more. Recall in this regard the number of former Soviet satellite states that are now members of NATO. I can think of 8 or 9 right off the bat. The 3 Baltics, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, Slovenia, Slovakia, the Czech Republic. How many is that? That absolutely galls Mr. Putin, who publicly has called the breakup of the Soviet Empire as these are his words, the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. So there's no question as to what the goal might be there, illusion or delusion. The need for a realistic and responsible foreign policy on the part of the U.S. with a deterrent threat cannot be overstated. For 3 decades, the U.S. and Western nations have engaged in what? Naively in a policy of appeasement. And the truth is that without the U.S., Europe will not provide Ukraine with what she needs to win the war. I'm not suggesting that there's no help, that there's not been, but to win the war. We've ignored totalitarian tendencies in our foreign policy prescriptions, presuming cooperation rather than competition. Alas, we are faced with the undeniable fact of what? The Cold War never ceased to exist. It simply assumed new proportions. The totalitarian threat merely grew subversively while we slept. Nuclear deterrence, which was needed 60 years ago, is needed today, even when we've ignored the threat expressed by China, Iran, North Korea, and now totalitarian Russia. And of course, the UN has become a veritable laughingstock, has it not, as rogue nations have thumbed their noses at any and all attempts to restrain nuclear proliferation. Part 2, if you're following on the outline. Almost 3 decades ago, and roughly concurrent with the Rwandan bloodbath, does anyone in the room remember that? Wow. Political philosopher, writing at the time, Michael Walzer, celebrated author of Just and Unjust Wars, argued that the morality of non-intervention as an absolute policy needed to be called into question. While acknowledging that intervening in other nations should always generate, yes, anxiety and hesitation, he nevertheless questioned whether simply ameliorating the effects of unjust aggression after the fact, so for example, providing medical supplies, food, shelter, and that sort of thing, was a sufficient response. Where gross injustice, such as attempting to annihilate or subjugate a people group, is occurring, Walzer argued, human decency requires that nations having the wherewithal to prevent or retard egregious socio-political evil must attempt, in his words, to alter the power relations on the ground. I would agree. Just war thinking has developed over the centuries, and as Eric so wonderfully encapsulated in the last couple minutes, wrestles with these very responsibilities. It asks us to fuse, not divorce, justice and neighbor love. What is our duty to those who suffer egregiously? Sorry if I'm yelling here, I'm on a bit of a rant, I realize that. Do those who have the wherewithal to prevent mass evil, such as extermination, gross human rights violations, war crimes, really have the moral responsibility to inhibit and punish perpetrators of the unthinkable? Surely the lead up to World War II, I so appreciated Eric's comments a few minutes ago, during which period relatively free nations responded with hesitation, if not powerlessness, taught us non-negotiable lessons. Now, the question is whether we take history seriously or whether we're at all interested in the lessons of history in our day. None since the 1930s has the geopolitical threat seemed so great as it is today. And consider, just very briefly for a moment, German imperialist designs in the years 1938 through 40. The Allied mindset was appeasement. Well, Austria is annexed, then Czech Republic, then Poland fall. The Low Countries literally fall in weeks. Norway had, of course, and then France in 1940. Outside of Great Britain, wherein attitudes of appeasement reigned, with a few exceptions, Churchill being one, no one could counter the totalitarian threat. And as I speak this afternoon, of course, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are watching and taking notes. Why? Why are they watching and why are they taking notes? To see whether there's risk or reward. Oh. So that we can connect the dots, I think, Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. By the way, just in spite of Xi's comments that, yes, the Chinese military should be ready by 2027, U.S. Air Force General Mike Minahan stated, in his view, the war over Taiwan is likely by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, that's less than 2 years away. Ukrainian President Zelensky has described Russia as, quote, the biggest terrorist organization in the world. Now, before you dismiss that as hyperbole, exaggeration, I would argue that's not exaggerated one bit, but for two important, disturbing reasons. One is the massive number of war crimes committed in this year and a quarter since the world began, with sadly no international authority, whatever, competent to be able to adjudicate in matters of international justice. And the fact that Russia and China sit on the Security Council of the UN then make it indeed a joke, and a tragic one, given the UN's genesis post-World War II. The second disturbing reality is Russia's, shall we say, aggressive and distorting and perverting global influence on other nations in South America, in the Middle East, in Asia, in Africa. Tragically, rogue regimes with nuclear capability have been uninhibited for decades. So we are being forced to rethink, and I would argue reaffirm, both Cold War and just war thinking that employed strategic, hear me, strategic and tactical threat of force to deter, and not just bluff, but if necessary, counter strategically, tactically, both the terrorist and the nuclear menace. President Biden's fears of escalation and foot-dragging, which have marked U.S. policy really since the beginning of the war, are simply emblematic of those of most Western leaders. That timidity, I think, is broad-based. Our fear of escalation plays perfectly into the hands of Putin, the former KGB operative, yes, who exploits the West's, shall we say, self-deterrence with both cunning and barbarism. And precisely this is one of the striking features of our caution, not deterrence of evil, but self-deterrence in the face of evil. Part 3. As NATO's General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg observed at the Munich Security Conference last spring, these are his words, "There are no free risk options. The biggest risk of all," he warned, "is if Putin wins. That will make the world more dangerous and all more vulnerable." Ladies and gentlemen, I think he is correct. Just as there was no risk-free option in resisting Hitler and geopolitical evil in the mid-20th century, there is none today. And again, rogue and totalitarian regimes are watching, they're taking notes. Is there risk or reward? The lesson will reverberate around the world, will it not? The only lesson that matters is this: the invasion was a mistake, and Ukraine does have a right to exist. At stake, then, is not merely democracy, but human dignity and human civilization. I think I exaggerate not one iota. Ukrainians are the front line of the struggle for the civilized world. A year ago, Stoltenberg publicly praised Ukraine for its resilience, saying that it was possible for Ukraine to win the war. A year and 3/4 later, we may acknowledge the truth that this prognostication has less to do with Ukraine's resolve than it does with ours. Can the U.S. and NATO members give her what she desperately needs? Can we help her not merely survive another year, but rather give her what she desperately needs to win a war she did not choose? And by the way, what does winning the war mean? Let me just state categorically 3 simple things. 1, retaining control, sovereignty over its internationally recognized borders. 2, safety and security from terrorist attacks. 3, justice for the untold victims of the war. Would any nation not want those 3? Would we? Is their land not theirs? Or is it not? By the way, should Ukraine not be able to defend her own airspace? I ask that not just to be provocative. It's an honest question. Should she not be able to defend her own airspace? From the war's beginning, both the UK and the US ruled out imposing no-fly zones. Do we forget that a year and 3/4 later? In effect, that told Ukraine, sorry, you're on your own. Is it outrageous to help her defend her own airspace, especially against a provocative, nuclear-capable aggressor? And should she not be given the weapons, the tools to be able to self-defend? And if not, what does this tell every tyrant, every despotic ruler around the globe? Go ahead and invade. Invade. You'll get something out of it. In my view, Stoltenberg was right. There are no risk-free options, okay? Let's just lay our cards on the table. The greatest risk of all, indeed, is if Putin wins, which will indeed make the world far more dangerous and all far more vulnerable. Should we not rise to confrontation in the face of the unjust war in Ukraine now, that we thereby then encourage Russia's, shall we say, miscalculation and even greater Russian atrocity in the next 3 to 5 years? I'm not a prophet, but I prophesy. But we also encourage every tyranny and every despotic regime around the world. So it seems to me the options are two: courage or cowardice, chaos or principled competition. So I ask, where is our moral backbone? We can help Ukraine win the war. And if we don't, greater global calamity is guaranteed and totalitarian aggression. But maybe we need to back up half a step. Why is it we hesitate to counter evil? Perhaps it's because in Western culture, and we in the States, have difficulty distinguishing between good and evil. Ooh. And if people are going to use that term in their vocabulary, geopolitically and diplomatically, it's probably not very popular. But if we're going to use that kind of vocabulary, that requires that we believe that there is something called evil. No? So why do we hesitate? And by the way, while I'm on a rant here, what kind of evil are we talking about? Let's be reminded, violation of the nation's internationally recognized sovereignty and territorial integrity in 1994, approximately 600,000 dead or wounded right about now. Again, that's approximate. Millions of refugees. Hey, millions of widows and fatherless as a result of the war. The deportation, have you remembered this, of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. Destruction of a nation's civilian infrastructure and untold numbers of crimes against humanity and war crimes. I asked, what is a just response to an unjust invasion and such unparalleled barbarism? Is our fear of escalation well-founded or foolish, the fruit of moral spinelessness? Another question. Does freedom have the responsibility in international affairs to deter, prevent, or retard geopolitical evil? Just war moral reasoning answers yes, we do. Yet with qualification, however, central to that qualification is proportionality of threat. The question, though, is whether we have the backbone to deter socio-political evil. This, of course, is the challenge before Israel right now, is it not? And herewith, perhaps a word on deterrence might be in order. For decades, as we all know, there's been this battle back and forth between social scientists and economists, right, on the matter of deterrence. Social scientists, not all, but most of them have strongly skeptical attitudes toward deterrent. It doesn't work, it's not effective, it's not efficacious. Isn't it interesting that economists, in contrast, almost all understand deterrence to work? They remind us, raise the cost, raise the price a little bit, and watch public attitudes change immediately. Yes. Interesting. There are two bottom lines in just war moral reasoning. One, to sanction coercive intervention against evil to prevent or alleviate human suffering. Do you agree? Number two, to establish moral limits beyond which evil must not reach. In addition to, yes, proportionate response to that evil. But proportionality, thrown around a lot these days, needs qualification. Proportionality is not a mathematical formula, okay? It's not a tit for tat. It cannot simply be quantified this much or that much, right? And as Israel now realizes, it is for Israel, proportionality means today eradication of the evil that has produced the current calamity, as World War II and Hitlerian atrocities remind us. Or to use World War II language, it is unconditional surrender. Interesting. Just war thinking, as it is applied to policy, communicates to the aggressor what is forbidden. That is, what will not be tolerated. Ladies and gentlemen, to believe that some things are forbidden and not to be tolerated is to affirm the justice of deterrence, which aims to prevent gross injustice. Most people intuit, in spite of the controversy between social scientists and economists, most people, the average layperson, intuits that deterrence works. Just ask most parents. And simply because, let's say in the criminal justice, I did criminal justice research in Washington before I entered the classroom full-time to teach. So I've always had interest in issues of justice. That is a bit of my background. But just because in the domestic realm, in terms of criminal justice, psychopaths will not be deterred. And just because in international context, groups of psychopaths or religious fanatics or terrorist states are willing to do the unthinkable, that is not, repeat, not an argument against the validity and efficaciousness of deterrence. No, the character of justice is such, whether in domestic or foreign policy matters, it does not acquiesce to evil. Otherwise, it's not justice. You can call it whatever you want, but it's not justice, at least classically understood. In a fallen world, hear me, deterrence, punishment, and retribution are necessary. That necessity does not stop simply because some humans possessing even dictatorial or despotic power are abnormally evil. Justice, properly understood, deters. Period. Michael Walzer's question, and I'm rounding the bend here, of whether to intervene or not in a nation's affairs should always, yes, always produce anxiety and hesitation. And we hesitate for good reasons. No, we do not intervene in every international crisis. No country, and by the way, the U.S. is not called to be the policeman for the world. No nation can do that. No nation, that's an utter geopolitical impossibility. On the other hand, nations such as the U.S., which have both the political and the moral responsibility to, shall we say, enlist other relatively free nations, they have the responsibility to inhibit socio-political evil when and where it occurs. Now, if we don't know it about, if we're unaware of it, that changes things, doesn't it? But if we have the wherewithal, if we're aware of it, then in the end, those who need rescuing, to use Walzer's argument, regardless of how late in the game, should do so. Hey, what applies to individuals morally applies to nations. To whom much has been given, much will be required. The U.S. uniquely has the power to determine how quickly the war of attrition in Ukraine ends. Now, while Walzer was speaking of the politics of rescue, Princeton ethicist Paul Ramsey, to whom Eric mentioned a few minutes ago, spoke of what he called a preferential ethics of protection. I like that. A preferential ethics of protection based on neighbor love, which is due those people groups who have been victims of unjust aggression. And to illustrate this, interestingly, Ramsey was fond of using the Good Samaritan model drawn from Luke 10. Now, you would argue, well, he was being unfaithful to the text because Jesus is not teaching it. But Ramsey extended Good Samaritan ethics and asked this question: had the Samaritan come upon the beating, the mugging, the stripping, the crime, would neighbor love have required him to physically, violently prevent the crime? Ramsey's answer was in the affirmative. I began by noting this afternoon that the U.S. was signatory to the 94 Budapest Memorandum, by which Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity was assured. The Russian Federation has violated all commitments undertaken in the accord. Question: does the U.S. as a signatory have an abiding commitment to help a helpless, can we use that? A helpless nation, an innocent nation? Do we have the responsibility to honor that accord? In fact, that question is raised by ancient wisdom literature, and herewith I close. This is drawn from Proverbs 24, in which the wise person challenges us. If you faint in the day of adversity, little is your strength. Rescue those being drawn toward death. Hold back those stumbling toward slaughter. If you say, but we didn't know anything about this, does not he who weighs the heart consider it? Does not he who keeps your soul know it? And will he not render to every person according to his deeds? I close. Walter observed that in the end, it's unreasonable to expect human decency at home in our own cultural context if we do not display decency to those in the international community who truly need it. Given our commitments to Ukraine in 1994, I argue a response is morally required. Waltz's argument needs reiterating. The response of relatively free nations, especially the U.S., is not merely to wait until terrorist, tyrannical regimes have executed their vile work and then go in late in the game or after the fact to try to clean up. When and where evil can be stopped, there's a moral obligation to stop it. That, by the way, is the just war tradition. Otherwise, we really cannot call ourselves a decent people. Thank you very much. Okay, fire away. I saw a lot of people lifting stones. Take time and then unload. Feel free.
I just wanted to give a thank you for taking such a clear moral stance on this. And just to affirm what you said, I mean, I follow the opinion polls very closely in Ukraine, and their overwhelming numbers of them are going to fight until the end. And so I've said from the beginning, Russia can't win, but Ukraine can lose. And Ukraine can lose if we cut off support, because they just need the weaponry. They have the manpower, they have the will. But the second thing I wanted to say was I really appreciate what you're doing, because it is, as a son of Reagan, it is just tragic to me to see so many of my fellow conservatives just apostatizing on this issue. I mean, he's spinning in his grave right now. But I think that one of the problems has been that we're not articulating things from a U.S. national interest perspective.
Point.
And so I really appreciate that you're doing that. The more you can do, the better. Over.
Yeah, that's the challenge, isn't it? I agree with you wholly. Thanks for your comments. I agree with you. That's part of the frustration, quite frankly. Sorry. Thank you. Yes.
Jonathan McGee of Grove City College. I'm curious, do you think that the U.S. has the capacities to supply weapons or directly intervene in Ukraine, Israel, and potentially Taiwan? And if not, how do you think we should prioritize which theater to send weapons to?
Great 5 questions. Yeah, I just am not sure. No, I'm just kidding. Simple answer, no, at this point. And everybody is reminding us, regardless of where they stand politically, that we don't have. We don't have things in stock. I'm sure most NATO members would say the same thing, right? So again, we're not going down the road alone, even when we must take the lead. Okay, that's my argument, right? We're not policing the world, and we're not responsible for every geopolitical crisis catastrophe. But we must take the lead among those nations that have some wherewithal and are relatively free. Yeah. Now, no one would have thought that unity among NATO members would be today what it wasn't 2 years ago, right? Hey, I'm married to a German citizen, by the way. Spent the first 4 years of marriage living in what at that time was still West Germany, so that gives you an idea about my age. I'm part of the Stone Age. And we forget, I think, or we don't educate the next generation. We don't educate them on the just war tradition. A tradition, I live in Chattanooga, and we've got one of the nation's 10 largest rivers flowing through the downtown area. And it brings with it life and culture and so much, through the downtown area. But that river winds through several states, back and forth, up and down, and manifests itself in so many different shapes and forms. Eddies, lakes, ponds, right? It's amazing. But it's the same river wherever you put your toes into it. Tradition is like a river. The just war, and let's not call it just war theory. No, it's not about to change tomorrow. Yeah, we can have our debates. We can argue in charity about what we disagree. But the tradition holds because it's founded on moral principle. Now, whether nations, kingdoms, eras are interested in discovering the wisdom and applying the wisdom of the tradition, that's the big question, isn't it? So that's why those of us who are burdened about a renewal of thinking about just war categories, just war moral reasoning, are so impassioned. The need is great. I'm a Protestant. I was a convert to natural law. I'm an evangelically minded Protestant. I was a convert to natural law when I was doing criminal justice research in Washington. Why? Because I ran into so many Roman Catholics who took their faith seriously. And of course, Catholic social ethics can't be hidden. And natural law thinking is right at the center of that, is it not? For generations, Protestants have had the suspicion of and this bias against natural law thinking. No, this is simply what St. Paul describes as the law written on the heart, that which all people know. Now, do they know all things wholly? Do they know moral truth totally? No, that's not Paul's position. His position is this: they have enough to be what? Held accountable. For that reason, he says, all are without excuse. Yes. So back to the question. Boy, that was really that was a side note if I ever heard one. But no, we don't have enough. But if we work together, I mean, look what South Korea is doing in the way of providing this, that, and the other. Yeah. So if we use our global influence to encourage relatively free nations, we are not doing it alone. But I insist on connecting the dots. But right now, the U.S. isn't being called to intervene in Taiwan, but I believe it is. Not to allow Ukraine to struggle along for another year or two. That will be hell. That would be wrong, and that would be unprincipled and unjust. So I want to make sure that the dots are not severed, right? I want us to think holistically, even when we can have priorities, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. That's where I stand. And we're waking up, aren't we? I mean, even secular knuckleheads who were appeasing for 30 decades are now realizing, oh, we haven't done this. We don't have this in stock. We're not prepared for that. We're not prepared for China. That's right. Yeah. So the question is, do we simply give up? Do we use our influence in a principled way? Even if it's late in the West's history, that is not an excuse to abdicate our responsibilities to people groups, to the world. No, we don't play God. That's not my argument. But to whom much is given. Boy, why do I return to that again and again? To much who's been given. to people groups whom much has been given, to nations to which much has been given, much will be required. My sister was served in the Foreign Service. Part of me wishes I would have continued to do criminal justice simply because there was a lot of exciting things going on. It was difficult. I'm a confessional Christian. You don't find a lot of them. Were in my area of specialty was violent crime and capital punishment. Not many people want to touch that. And I grew up, by the way, just anecdotally, I grew up in a Mennonite tradition. Anabaptism. I'm sure my forebears are rolling in their grave in my views on war and peace and how to qualify its necessity. Nevertheless, that's kind of a strange bit of leading in my own life, and I find myself at this day challenged by, saddened by, but mildly hopeful that we can exercise our influence. And I was just last week in California speaking at a well-known Christian university and at a seminary, and my challenge was not unlike what's going on in this room today. I was challenging them, go into law, become judges, become attorneys, become diplomats, head for the Foreign Service if you have that burden. Become businessmen, yes, become lawyers. Become butchers and bakers and candlestick makers. Don't just head for, quote unquote, full-time Christian service, whatever that is. I don't think that even exists. Head for the world. Be trained. And let us exercise as responsible stewards. To some he gave 5, to some 2, some 1. Great joy over 5 and 2, right? Well done. Good and faithful steward. Let's steward foreign policy. Now, not everybody is called to work in matters of foreign policy. That's not my argument. But let us be willing to go to these avenues of service. They are strategic, are they not? They are so strategic. So that's another reason why I'm so excited to be here today with all of you. Bless you. Yeah. Any other questions? Unless time has been exceeded. Oh, here's one right beside you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Afternoon, sir. My name is Wyatt Oliver. I'm from Colorado Christian University.
Great.
Lakewood. Yes, sir.
No?
Yeah. I just had a quick question for you. So how would you justify aid to the Ukraine, to that portion of the U.S. population that is weary of and wary of the forever wars like happened in Iraq and Afghanistan? How would you justify that to them?
Yeah, great question. And hey, most of us are products of that kind of thinking, aren't we? We're weary. Yeah, you didn't hear me argue that we should be involved in every crisis. And that's where I think just war thinking helps guide us, at least those in leadership, those in positions of responsibility. That doesn't mean we will be guided, but it is a source of wisdom, an enduring wisdom. Remember the river analogy. The river is still the river. So whether we here in the 21st century and those in the 19th and those in the 4th century were interested, that's totally up in the air. So will a culture, will people, will leaders be interested in seeking its abiding wisdom? I'm not in any way arguing the U.S. Was right to be in war A, B, X, or Z. Okay, and yes, it's fully understandable why people have become weary. And for those who are under my age, and I'm 43, it's surely, and I lie like a rug too, yeah, but surely there is this weariness. Are you kidding? We shouldn't be in country X. We shouldn't be in country Y. Well, here again, I have to say, we need wisdom in executing foreign policy. Just war moral reasoning helps us. It's not. It doesn't give us an equation. You know, this equals yes. Go into country X, or here's how you do it. We need discernment. Sometimes everything lines up, but there is something that holds in the way of wisdom and discernment that holds us back. What would that something be? Could be a million things, but how about if going in, intervening coercively, set off such chaos in a region of the world, even though, say, there was just cause, right intention by proper authority, even if all those things lined up, what if it would set up and release hell in that region of the world? That would be a prudential qualification that should, I would argue, hold us back, right? But you have to discern that. Leaders have to sense that, right? So we can't be Christian nationalists and say, yeah. We can't be Islamists and say, yeah. We must keep church and state separate. Yes, that's the wisdom, I think, of the Christian tradition and the just war tradition, rightly understood. That's where Islam, I think, has problems, right? Fusing church and state, yeah? And it's not that all Muslims advocate bearing the sword, but it's interesting that there are enough of traditions within Islam that is a tendency, and there's often theological justification for doing that in regions of the world. No, the Christian must resist that, but we must also resist the passivity of pacifism. And I like what George Orwell, who was not on the battlefield, but battled with the pen. Of course, India at this time was an English territory, so to speak. Orwell wrote often of perhaps the most well-known pacifist, nonviolent activist of the 20th century. Who was that? Mahatma Gandhi. Orwell is very critical of Gandhi, and I write this as one who grew up in the pacifist tradition. And again, I love these people, and in some ways they have a very strong social conscience. But on matters of force, and here I would distinguish, by the way, between violence and force. I like what John Courtney Murray had to say. Force is that measure of power which upholds law, politics, and civil society. Violence, he defined as that which undermines, destroys. I like that definition. And the just war proponent, I think, honors that distinction. But Orwell's problem with Gandhi was this, and perhaps some of you have already read this. Gandhi's view of how to deal with the 6 million Jews being carted off to death camps. By the way, my father-in-law, I told you that I was married to a German citizen. My father-in-law served 5 years of the Second World War working for the German Bundesbahn, a German railroad. My father not only did that, he served all 5 years working for the German Bundesbahn in Poland. That's where the worst of the death camps were. Not only that, my father spent all 5 years of the Second World War working for the German railroad in Poland as, guess what? A railroad car switcher. Now, one doesn't need much imagination to wonder, wow, Papa, what did you see? What did you experience? My wife is the youngest of 6 children. Papa never spoke of his war experiences, rightly so. And I had a very good relationship with him. I loved him. But perhaps that's one reason, I guess, why I'm so passionate about issues of justice. Yeah. Guess what? Gandhi's solution was, this was the moral thing to do. Gandhi advocated that Jews commit as a collectively, as a people group, that they commit suicide to convince the world of Hitler's madness. Did you hear what I said? This world's leading nonviolent activist called on Jews to commit lethal violence against their own bodies, to wake up the world's conscience. I agree with Orwell, who rejected that viewpoint as immoral. Justice and neighbor love, justice and charity will have nothing of that sort of strategy. Now, hey, there were many things that you could say by which to praise Mahatma Gandhi. But on that score, I'm sorry, that is not justice. That is not charity. Orwell was right to condemn that, and we must be as well. Any others? Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Daryl Charles will be here for the rest of the conference today and tomorrow, and is staying here in the Army Navy Club, so you have access to him for the next 24 hours if you have any more questions or comments for him. Our next speaker, wonderfully, is Elbridge Colby, a leading spokesman and expert in terms of the challenge the U.S. faces from China. He was a senior official in the Department of Defense, wrote a very important book last year on this topic, leads a group called the Marathon Initiative. And I always mention when introducing him, I had the honor of meeting and hosting his grandfather about 30 years ago to speak to my church group. His grandfather was William Colby, director of the CIA, and a great figure in intelligence in World War II and during the Cold War. So his grandson continues in that tradition. So Bridge, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you. And thanks. Great to be with you again this year. It's really a pleasure in this important conference and on a really very important topic of the Christian tradition or the Christian belief and how it's squared in the world of geopolitics and war and peace. And I think, we're here. I think it's not an exaggeration to say that we are in something like a world crisis, to use the Churchill phrase. It's always dangerous to presume to use phrases of Winston Churchill for multiple reasons, but I think it's not an exaggeration. The possibility after a war has broken out, has been going on in Europe, the largest war in Europe since the Second World War, has been going on for about 21 months, and now there's a potential for a war expanding in the Middle East. Obviously, the Israelis have been atrociously and brutally attacked by Hamas earlier this month, and now we're preparing what looks like a ground invasion into Gaza, but the potential for that war to expand to include other players like Iran, Hezbollah, and potentially, God forbid, the United States itself, and then most significantly, the potential for a conflict between the United States and China, I think, has only deepened. If you're China and you're looking at the situation now, in the United States is already depleted our a lot of money, stockpiles, and political capital and so forth in Ukraine over the last 19 months and now, or 20 months, and now has the potential to be drawn into a Middle East conflagration. That's a very propitious opportunity for Beijing. I don't know what they're going to do, but they are clearly preparing for a large-scale war against the United States, and they have made clear that they are willing to use force to resolve the Taiwan issue. And I think more broadly, Assistant Secretary of Defense Eli Ratner said the other day that their ambition is to eject the United States from the Asia Pacific region, and if that happened, that would have a profound and even catastrophic impact on our daily lives here and our freedoms and our prosperities. So, in this context, thinking about it as a Christian, how do we think about this? Well, I wrote a piece in First Things last year called "The Morality of a Strategy of Denial." Mark was very kindly mentioned my book, A Strategy of Denial, which is much more of a kind of pure work of strategy, although there's an implicit morality to it. But I build out that moral framework in the article called "The Morality of a Strategy of Denial," which is a defense of basically just war in the context of the strategic problems that we face today, which are very acute. And unfortunately, as a Roman Catholic, I have to say this issue of whether just war is a licit and relevant framework has been elevated by His Holiness the Pope repeatedly, who's pushed back against it. But I have argued consistently. I was arguing against it on Twitter that just war remains the best framework. And of course, it's not a perfect moral framework. And as I think it was being said here earlier, it doesn't give a clear and easy solutions. But that's true in any difficult moral situation, obviously. And I think the morality of the strategy of denial is basically one of, I think the way I put it using, I actually forget the exact Bible Bible passage, but it's basically the gospel parable of the steward, which is a model of stewardship, which is, I would differentiate it from pure consequentialism, which does not, weigh everything is calculated. But I think basically, if you have the model of the steward in mind, the moral judgment of a statesman or statescraft is not the purity of intent or the sort of admirability, if you will, of the aspiration. So when George W. Bush said that he wanted to end tyranny in the world, the aspiration has an element of, although it's has a Pelagian kind of vibe to it, but anyway, as an expression of will, it has an admirable quality to it. It's a good thing to want. But of course, if you measure it by the logic of stewardship, which is that of reasonably anticipatable consequences, seeking to end evil, I was referred to as a dreamer by David Frum, which I thought was pretty ironic since the guy wrote a book called An End to Evil in the World, which I was like, well, that as long as human beings are fallen, and we haven't had the second coming, I think evil will be around. I think that's a pretty reasonable assessment. But I think that's the point is that especially in this era, I mean, if you looked at the president's comments the other night, I don't question, well, I have very strong disagreements with the president, but I don't question his intentions to have a world that's stable, in which there is peace and in which people are treated fairly. That's not my question. That's not my question at all. My question is that I think that the policies that he is pursuing and his administration are pursuing can reasonably be judged that they will not succeed in that goal. And that is the measure, essentially a kind of a fiduciary measure, a trustee, that we should judge our statecraft by. And if that's the case, then you have to reckon with the fact, as I think Pope Benedict did, that sometimes war is necessary. Pope Benedict himself, I think it was on the 60th anniversary of D-Day, he gave remarks when he was still Cardinal Ratzinger, I think, to the effect that D-Day itself shows that a pure form of pacifism is unsustainable, right? Because for obvious reasons. And I actually took it a little further after he passed away. I pointed out that, given the fact that the Soviet Union was so central, in a sense, did most of the fighting in the defeat of Nazi Germany, that actually carries even further that, the Soviet Union was genuinely an evil empire. So that has, that's heavy stuff. But I think as long as Christians are going to be engaged in speaking seriously about statecraft, that is the only kind of plausible way of looking at it. Obviously, when Christians were in the sort of primitive environment and were not, in any way close to political authority, and many of them believed the world was about to end, it seems, they didn't need to have this kind of situation. But as I took a little time to kind of point out the many times that Christians have relied on military force to protect the Christendom or the church or whatever, going back to like the Huns or the Arab invasions in the 7th century and so forth, and up until the Soviets and the Nazis in the last century. And so I think that's basically the right way to look about it. If that's the way, then I think the way to think about how we should think about our foreign policy from a just war point of view is what is a legitimate goal, and are our actions in pursuit of that goal rational and proportionate, right? Which is to say, you both need to have the goal be itself a legitimate one. You could pursue an evil goal rationally and proportionally, but it would still be evil. Vice versa, you could pursue a legitimate goal in a way that is irrational and disproportionate and is itself an evil act. It's sort of the evil in se, and then evil in the way it's jus in bellum and jus ad bello, basically, or jus in bello and jus ad bellum. So I think those, and by that standard, my view is that the strategy of denial that I advocate for is the most consistent, because it has a reasonably and sufficiently high aspiration to be, ensure the just goals of the American people, our freedom, our security, and our prosperity. But it's not so high that it basically consumes everybody else's legitimate goals. So if you're thinking in the just war framework or natural law kind of framework, you have to recognize the legitimate goods of others. And so, protecting our own security, freedom, and prosperity does not necessarily in any way require that others suffer. That may be instrumentally necessary under certain circumstances, but it's not the same as saying like, well, I'm Genghis Khan. My only way of satisfying my good is to have, women folk driven before me and hear their cries and lamentations, right? That's a bad goal. So I think my goal is good. I think it's better than George W. Bush's goal of saying we're going to end tyranny in the world, because I think that is an unreasonably high goal. But I also think that if you set the goal too low, you say, well, all we want is physical survival. That's not high enough. Some people might say, well, it's not worth fighting for our freedom, and it's not worth fighting for economic security and prosperity. I don't think that's fair either. And then if that's the case, then we need to have a strategy that's rationally and proportionally linked to that. And I think that's what the strategy of denial does, which is based on a balance of power. So it's not domineering, it's a reasonable conception. And then the use of military force is tailored to that conception. And actually the application of military force, there may be situations in which a high degree of violence, and it could be quite lethal for our opponents and God forbid ourselves, but it's rational, it's rationally correlated to that goal, the restoration of a balance of power, or the sustainment of a balance of power through an anti-hegemonic coalition, and basically guided by the line, from Clausewitz, who in some ways is actually a very moral thinker, who said that the political object should always be present in the military conception. That it should never become divorced, because then you can pursue things without. And not everything in our history necessarily stands up to scrutiny. I do think, for instance, the atomic bombs do. I think some of the bombing campaigns, maybe not in every particular. I think the campaigns of the Federal Army in the latter part of the Civil War generally stand up, but not everything. We don't have an unblemished record, but I think it's a sufficiently demanding, but not an unreasonable. It's not a kind of an otherworldly or sort of Quaker. With all due respect to any Quakers in the House, it's not something that cannot actually be put into practice by a government. So I think that's where we are. I think what that means actually is that in this situation today, I basically believe that failing to take steps to put us in this situation where we can defend and where the reasonably anticipatable goal of failing to prepare is to make war more likely, that is actually not only not correct from a strategic point of view, but is actually immoral. I mean, if the president, for instance, and he's not the only one, there's Republicans too, but if they are actually, and it's anticipatable what the consequences of we don't know the future, but it is possible that very possible that we are neglecting our defenses in the Pacific, and thereby making war more likely by making Chinese aggressive action more rationally palatable for them, then that is itself, I think that is an immoral act at some level. I mean, it's not like, burning down a city, but it's something that we should not just regard as an innocent mistake, because people, and this is sort of, I've been thinking about this because, I think, I have a good amount of respect for Jake Sullivan, but Sullivan has said recently, I mean, there's a very profound weight of responsibility on people in these high positions. And Sullivan said a couple of weeks ago, the Middle East has never been quieter. I personally, I wasn't clairvoyant. I didn't know this was going to happen, but that's a heavy responsibility. And it's really important that people who assume these positions of responsibility are prepared to be judged. And I think, in some cases, things happen that are hard to anticipate or are just bad luck or something. But I think our failure to prepare adequately for the threats that are facing us is an anticipatable problem. And there is a fundamental mismatch between the strategy that we're pursuing and the resources that we are allocating for it, and the way we're using the resources that we have available. And I think that's something that those of us who served in previous administrations or this administration should all be judged by that standard. So maybe with that, I'll open it to questions or comments, criticisms. Thank you. All right. Well, I seem to have carried the room. This is good. Oh yeah, in the back. Yeah.
Hi, Ethan Coffey of University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I was wondering, because it's the anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative with China recently, and I wondered whether you would say that the US should be competing with China in that kind of investment aspect as a means to increase kind of its global power and to encourage kind of friends of the US to do that as well? Or do you think it should go for a different approach?
Well, I mean, I think we need to be able to, present economic opportunities for countries that are, the Chinese are making a play for, or now the Chinese and the Russians probably together, have our own sort of structures. I think, there's a lot less capital that's available to be sort of directed by the central government in the United States, to use the, federal government, and in European economies probably as well. So, some of our our appeal is going to be as people kind of get a sense of what's entailed by taking a lot of money from the Chinese, and what you get in response, and how they try to use it as leverage over you. Then maybe the Americans and the Brits and the Europeans, Japanese, South Korean, maybe the Australian, maybe their capital is a little more attractive. I tend to think that the economic dimension of this, or this sort of economic statecraft dimension, is often its salience is exaggerated, because I think it's very difficult for states to use economic leverage to achieve decisive, coercive outcomes, and I think we're seeing that right now in our own case vis-a-vis Russia. So that actually makes me a little bit more sanguine about Belt and Road than a lot of people, because I don't think China is actually getting out of Belt and Road like this sort of, and I mentioned Sullivan, he wrote an article a couple of years ago that has a different view on that. And I think what we've seen is that a lot of countries are actually basically saying, I'm not interested in keeping going with the Chinese, or, I'll take money from them, but I'm not going to do exactly what they say. And, I didn't know that they're going to have a 99-year lease on this base. So I think what really matters is the military balance, in terms of, otherwise things are more likely to kind of like equilibrate out. And I think you can see that even in countries that are really impoverished. I mean, like in East Africa, have been pushing back against Chinese economic influence. So, I don't want to sound blasé, but I don't think that's the primary threat that we face.
Isaac Weber, Patrick Henry College. Piggybacking off of that question, if the Chinese are not getting as great a benefit as they thought off of the Belt and Road Initiative, especially in Africa, like you mentioned, what kind of policy changes can we expect from the CCP, and how does that impact the United States denial strategy?
Right. No, good question. So that's exactly the next point. I think it makes military force more attractive for them. Because if economic statecraft and economic leverage is not as effective and coercive as they would want, they can either accept that and the consequent limits on their ability to influence other countries, or they can look for other means of pursuing that coercive strategy. And I think what they're doing manifestly with their military buildup is building the tools to coerce countries with military force. And of course, that doesn't mean the economic coercion isn't part of that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like, Taiwan is not going to give up because the Chinese have a lot of investments, and a lot of Taiwanese companies have invested in the mainland. I mean, they tried that, 7 or 8 years ago, and it's backfired. And I think the same is true in places like India, in Japan, with the rare earths issue, in South Korea with the THAAD deployment and the actions against companies like Lotte. Philippines, they've tried it. And, you see the Philippines standing up to China right now. Australia is a great example. So I think that's what worries me, is that China would then use its military for that.
Do you see that as regionally applicable to a greater extent outside of just China's local sphere of influence? Like in Africa or South America?
Well, I think China's first focused on Asia, because Asia is its own theater, and is the now decisive theater of geopolitics, because it's where the vast majority of global GDP is and is increasingly going to be. So if you control Asia, basically, then you'll be able to, have much better position to dominate places like Africa and the Middle East.
So if we can expect more military bent of Chinese policy, does the United States need to have a stronger military stance towards its allies and pseudo-allies in the Eastern Pacific Ocean?
Yeah, well, Western Pacific, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Mhm.
Actually, if I could ask a question.
Sure.
My name is James, work at Providence. I'd love to know what your take is on the sort of China decline thesis that
Mhm.
maybe as some people in this room have seen, China's population is now declining. It seems like they have some kind of real estate crisis every few months. And I've read a number of writers from a variety of across the aisle saying that actually China has recently or just about now is in fact peaking in power. And whether that's, assuming in the long term it is a positive thing for us, in the short term it could make them, more dangerous, more prone to aggression. What do you think of that?
Well, first of all, first of all, we don't know the future, and so we need to prepare for the downside in which China continues to be strong and grow in strength. Because if we're balancing the outcomes, if China actually does decline, then we've kind of over prepared. But if China continues growing and we're under prepared, that's the worst of the four quadrant, right? Secondly, I'm not convinced China's in decline. Like, I don't think that's borne out yet. I mean, it's possible, but if you read, for instance, like people like Michael Pettis, who's the guy who's writing on, he's at I think Carnegie Beijing, whose analysis of the Chinese economy I think has been pretty borne out over the last couple of years. They're not predicting that China's falling apart. They're basically, what they're saying is that China's going through a significant slowdown. Now, it's possible that China grows old before it grows rich. Personally, if China's still growing at 2 to 3% of GDP, I think it's going to grow in relative share of global GDP. I mean, we're not growing consistently at 2% over the last 25 years or so. Certainly not the Europeans or the Japanese. And the Chinese have enormous latent catch-up opportunity with like large portions of their population are not at like the frontier. So, I think for instance, like the real estate thing is, and there's a lot of debate about this, and I'm not an expert on it, but they not bailing out the real estate sector makes some sense because they have an inflated real estate sector, and at some point there has to be a correction. So, are they going to have a slowdown? I don't think China is going to be growing at 7% anymore. I think that's pretty clear. But I think the notion that China's in decline, and decline is a relative concept, right? I mean, okay, China's population is contracting quite rapidly, but from 1.4 billion people. Japan's population is contracting. Taiwan's population is contracting. South Korea's population is contracting. The native-born population of European societies is contracting. So that's a common demographic issue around the world. So I think, I think the reasonable basis, the reasonable prognostication from a kind of strategic point of view is, 2 to 3% growth. Could be faster, could be slower. But, the idea of China collapsing or something like that. And the other thing is, I don't think the Chinese think they're in decline. I mean, if anything, they think we're in decline, which morally we have a debate about it, talk about it. But like, I think from a national power point of view, I don't really see that borne out. But, if they were going to move, they would probably think that they were in decline. I'm not sure I see any evidence of that yet.
Great, thank you. My name is Isai Monero, and I am from Biola University. So at the beginning of the Ukraine war, Russia was going into this war as definitely the better or the higher, more capable of the two nations. And they were regarded like the second most, arguably the second most powerful military in the world. And they've been unable to conquer or take over all of Ukraine. Do you think that might be the same case with China? It still remains largely untested, but it projects a lot of power. Do you think it might just be a facade and might not necessarily represent their actual power?
I mean, it's possible. I don't think we should bet on it because, that's not, you don't bet on winning the lottery. A couple things. The Chinese problem for attacking, say, Taiwan is much different from the Russian problem. So Russia's 4 times the population of Ukraine. China's about 75 times the population of Ukraine. Ukraine is a very large country with very large land borders, not only with Russia, but with the NATO countries like Poland, which makes resupply easy. or at least plausible. Taiwan is a tiny island. It's just a fraction of the size of the People's Republic. So the big problem the Chinese face is getting across and sustaining operations across the strait, which is a very formidable problem, but fundamentally tractable. We've done it before, and so I think if I were China, and I imagine they're just as, if not smarter than we are, probably maybe smarter. The lesson you would take from Ukraine is that Putin did two things. He fundamentally underestimated the Ukrainians. He overestimated his own forces, and then he underestimated what was going to be involved to conduct the military operation that they ended up pursuing. Now, I don't know what Putin's original plan was. Did he intend to fully take over Ukraine? I don't know. I mean, because to put 130,000 troops to take a country of that size doesn't really add up. So I don't exactly know what he had in mind. I don't talk to him. But my guess is that Putin thought, what it looks to me like is he thought he kind of had the country wired, and that the Ukrainians were going to collapse, and they were going to come on side. So it was kind of a show of force plus invasion / show of force. I don't know. That's kind of giving it the most generous interpretation from a strategic point of view. If I'm China, I basically say I'm not going to try that, because that fails very poorly. Putin's stuck 2 years later in a quagmire stalemate in eastern Ukraine. It's not going well for the Ukrainians either, but that's not where Putin wants to be. That's not where China wants to be. So I think if they're going to go in, they're going to go in much bigger and more decisively to make sure they don't screw up at the early phase. The other thing we should bear in mind is, our military has been engaged heavily in essentially counterinsurgency, stabilization, counterterrorism operations for the last generation. Our Navy has not had a fleet action since Okinawa. Our Air Force has not had, even remotely close to a peer average. I mean, there was some air-to-air stuff, I think, in the 1990 war. It was pretty mild. I mean, not for the people involved, but and then over North Vietnam and in Korea. But I mean, really, large scale air. I mean, for instance, the Israelis have gone up against the Syrians and others over the last couple generations. But so we're not exactly sure how things would go down. And there's a lot of, actually, I would say that the assumption is that our side is a lot better than the Chinese. And it could be. It's also possible we're overestimating our own ability. So we don't know. I mean, for instance, during World War II, the United States Navy was famous for what's called, basically damage control, basically the ability to repair. So famously, the carrier Yorktown was damaged at the Battle of Coral Sea. It sailed back to Pearl Harbor, and Nimitz or whoever said, you got to go out in a couple days, because you got to go out. There's the Battle of Midway. We have this intelligence, and they turned around the Yorktown in 3 or 4 days. Now we can't repair submarines. We've got 40% of our submarine fleet is waiting for maintenance, and the Bonhomme Richard burned to the waterline, basically. Burned out, and I think had to be ditched a couple of years ago because the fire control was poor on the ship. So, I think it's reasonable to give our side some level of qualitative advantage, but I don't think we should rely too much on it. Yeah.
Hi, Anand Agarwal with the Roosevelt Group. So, Bridge, you've had a front row view to all the problems in the Pentagon that have brought us where we are, and be it the state of military readiness, the defense industrial base, the shipbuilding base, our depleting stockpiles, all the FMS and the backlog with Taiwan. So, and of course, you've also focused on how it's not just the money, but also manpower that is getting distracted from the larger China issue. So if you were the president and there's one issue where you could bring all the top level attention on, be it SecDev, the Joint Chiefs, the service secretaries, the undersecretaries, and let's just, for the sake of argument, assume that even the authorizers and appropriators are doing the right thing at the right time. What would be the one thing you would focus on to make sure that we don't face a Suez moment against China?
No, thanks. That's a great question. I mean, I think being ready for a war against China would be the focused on Taiwan, if Taiwan hopefully survives the coming years, or if not Taiwan, the perimeter behind it. That is the orienting strategic rationale. I think the biggest thing, there are specific weapon systems like munitions that are, torpedoes, anti-ship cruise missiles, air defense. Those are known issues. Where I would put, I think, political capital, and I've been surprised the president hasn't done this, is towards a resuscitation of the defense industrial base at like a fundamental level. And that's sort of, they've been kind of like, we've put Band-Aids on the problem, but like we have like a broken leg, or, pick your metaphor. We need like major surgery. And we need to be able to produce large numbers of weapons and platforms quickly, not only for ourselves, but also like for, Israel, ideally for Ukraine too. South Korea, India, Japan, Taiwan, et cetera. Like, so we don't have, 1973, when we launched the airlift, this was after Vietnam for Israel, we had a huge defense industrial base that we could rely on. We don't have that. That's really shriveled since then. So I think that's something that I think across the political aisle, not just Republicans and Democrats, but also kind of new Republicans versus old Republicans, like, the old time, more neoconservative Republicans should like it because it's important for our national security, but the kind of new right people should like it because we're talking about reindustrialization. I think if we are able to produce a lot of stuff like that, then we will be in a lot better shape. That's probably the biggest thing. Yeah.
So piggybacking off of that question, hidden parm, by the way. I've seen a lot of reticence. It's one thing to have kind of a set plan, a set strategy, both operationally and morally, for what we need to do, especially in preparing for this crisis. But I've seen a lot of reticence, not just on the home front, if you will, but even here in this city among policymakers that have a stake in it.
Yeah.
Why do you think, and having a front row to not just the Pentagon but also the White House and this administration and this one, where do you think this reticence comes from?
Yeah.
And what can we be doing today to try and wake people up to the operational needs that we can be focusing on here and now?
Yeah, I think that's the right question. Something I think about a lot. I think it's hubris. I think if you look at the president, and there are Republicans who have the same commit the same crime, sin, whatever. He said, "We're America. We're America," and it's like, okay, and they're China. I just think a lot of these people don't take China seriously enough. Now, it's possible that China could be a paper tiger. It's possible, but if you look at the numbers and you look how economic actors are acting, it's the first peer economy that we've had in 150 years. I was very struck. Robert Kagan, if you wanted to get a different perspective from the kind of liberal imperialist perspective, the kind of moralistic liberal imperialist, his argument is for global liberal hegemony. America should be the global liberal empire, which I don't think is necessary and I don't think is attainable. But at this point, I think it's like criminally irresponsible. 20 years ago, we could have argued about whether it was a good idea, but now it's like incredibly dangerous to pursue that kind of approach, especially without the material resources to back it up, which is essentially kind of what we sort of seem to be doing right now. But Kagan made a very telling error in the Wall Street. He had one of these Saturday big Wall Street Journal essays, and he said, "Oh, China's not that big of a challenge because actually it's smaller relative to the U.S. economy than the U.S. was to the three Axis powers in 1941." And I was like, "That's wrong. Actually, China is large. The United States alone was larger than all three of the Axis states in 1941 in economic terms. And by the way, during World War II, we were allied with the Soviet Union, the British Empire, and a few other countries. China is bigger than that relative, and by some measures, what you call purchasing power parity, is actually larger than the American economy. I mean, they have according to the Office of Naval Intelligence, the intelligence chief of the U.S. Navy, they have 200 times the shipbuilding capacity of the United States. We're America? Okay. I mean, I love America. I think it's great. I think we're the greatest country. Okay, but meanwhile, back in the real world, getting back to reasonably anticipatable consequences, just beating your chest and saying we're America ain't going to cut it. And the things that have happened so far are woefully inadequate to meet that challenge. And so, and I think a lot of it is age. I think where a lot of the leaders who came of age in the 90s. People call Biden and some of these other guys Cold War. Biden was not a major, I mean, he was in the Judiciary Committee. He was the Bork guy. Like, he was more active in domestic policy. He became more active in foreign policy, I think, in the 90s. And so that's like his mindset. And a lot of the Republicans, too, who are leading figures, are really shaped by the experience of the 1990s, when it was the unipolar moment, when we were like so much more powerful than anybody else that we could kind of do what we wanted. And what were the consequences of failure? Pretty negligible. Well, that's not the world we're living in anymore. And the rate at which China has grown is unprecedented, really. I mean, just the scale and rate of growth. And that, I think, again, I think Jake Sullivan has probably a more realistic assessment, but he's not president.
Yeah. So to play off that, how do we wake both current leaders and future leaders in the city up to this threat? And then what can they be doing to be kind of focusing?
Well, that's kind of the core thing of what there are different ways to attack that problem. One is to try to undermine the basis for hubris, both to understand that the Chinese are a more formidable threat than we are. I mean, it was another panel, and I put it on Twitter. Sometimes I get accused of being a declinist, which is kind of a stupid term, because it's not what is a declinist? It's like, but it's like, if anyone's a real declinist, it's the people who ignore the problem. I mean, who are like, hey, we're America, we can do whatever. No, the people who are the anti-declinists are the ones who are like, hey, we have a problem. Let's deal with it. Oh, you have a cancer diagnosis? Like, get chemo, change your diet, whatever. That's how you survive, And, I think, in some sense, I think that at least my advocacy is not succeeding. We've made, or I should say we're failing, relative to the standard of success, which is effective deterrence, and ultimately, if we need to, a clear victory against China. Defeat of the Chinese aggression. And I don't think that's what we're doing. So, if I'm measuring myself by I'm not omnipotent or far from it. I'm not even very potent, but that's the standard that we need to measure ourselves by. And at some level, that's what I kind of mentioned. And again, I say that with respect for Sullivan. And he's a very smart, thoughtful guy. But people who are in positions of responsibility, there should be a look back. And did they do enough on the problem? And then at least there will have been a record of people like me saying, this is what you need to do. So it wasn't like they didn't know, to get back to that reasonably anticipatable point.
Thank you.
Maybe time for one more question. We have 2 questions.
That's fine. Man.
From Regent University. My question is more on the perhaps subtle ways China may be fighting against the U.S., perhaps like the Confucius classrooms, buying farmland, those sorts of ways. And so how effective is that more subtle warfare? Should we be concerned? And how can we combat that more subtle warfare?
I tend not to be as worried about that. It's connected. This is, people have different views, but I tend to think that the thing is, and I tend to be sort of a free speech the wrinkle the Chinese face in that context with things like soft power is people say, oh, the Confucius Institutes are everywhere. But okay, it's one thing for Confucius Institute to be out there and like, here's a book by Confucius, here's the, Chinese opera, here is the history of China, here's how you do calligraphy or whatever, okay. But then once you try to translate that into and you cannot say anything bad about Tibet. In the same way, the economic leverage, that's when it breaks down, because it's like, oh, okay, I enjoyed hearing about Chinese opera, but I don't agree that you should be able to shut me up about Xinjiang or Hong Kong. And that's, so the whole political warfare thing, and this becomes a very acute issue in the context of Taiwan, because the Chinese have been flooding Taiwan with propaganda for generations. And actually the Taiwanese have moved away because they can see what happened in Hong Kong. That doesn't mean they'll survive, because China has an incredible military. But they're not going to, I just worry a lot less about this political warfare stuff than a lot of people do.
Hi, Ryan consultant with the Religious Freedom Institute. At the beginning of your remarks, you spoke some about a possible depletion of resources in Ukraine, and I imagine it would be a similar view in Israel. There's a clear deterrent effect to those kind of activities, and I think you alluded to that some as well. In terms of balancing those two concerns, is there, and in terms of readiness to deal with the Chinese threat, is there a clear and knowable point of diminishing returns for that deterrent effect in Ukraine and Israel, and how would we determine it?
Yeah, I don't think there's that much of a deterrent effect, honestly. Like, I just don't. I mean, because I go into this in my book. I mean, I have a more contextualized idea of deterrent. Like, I think that the Chinese are, if they're thinking about Taiwan, they're going to be thinking about the specific context of U.S. capability and resolve to act on Taiwan. And so information provided about U.S. support to Ukraine is kind of like a tertiary factor. And the best example of why this is, because you have people like Vice President Pence making this point, is like if the Ukraine issue were actually dispositive for how Taiwan is going to be resolved. Think about it. Who cares the most about Taiwan other than Taiwan? China. Is China directly involved in the Ukraine conflict? No. In fact, they're like just happy to let it go along. That's their optimal outcome. Because it doesn't actually. Because the value of the depletion of American stockpiles, money, and resolve is far higher than whatever bank shot deterrent effect. What's going to deter them is the sense that the Americans and the Taiwanese and the Japanese have the ability to sink, shoot down, kill, whatever, enough PLA soldiers in the appropriate amount of time to defeat the invasion, and whether we have the resolve to do that. That's the main issue.
So the point of diminishing returns has been reached in Ukraine.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
You all have been a great and patient and very intelligent audience. We have two great speakers remaining. The next is Paul Miller, professor at Georgetown University, who has served in the military. Pause for Paul Miller.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to IRD for the opportunity to talk to you all. It's been a fairly serious and even maybe grim morning or afternoon so far. Talk about Israel and Hamas, Russia and Ukraine, China and Taiwan. So I'm here to cheer you up by talking about Afghanistan. I really do appreciate the chance to talk with you all. You've heard already Reinhold Niebuhr's name and Paul Ramsey's name. You've heard Just War and Christian Realism. And I'm going to continue in that vein, but hopefully give you what I think is a practical example of how to think through a specific policy issue with these frameworks, in the hopes that it equips you to think Christianly about world affairs. That, I think, is the goal, because I hope and expect that many of you will be the future diplomats, the statesmen and stateswomen who are making the decisions in the future. So I'll start with a quote by Paul Ramsey, who wrote, "The Christian influence in our nation, it would seem, should be in the direction of including within the scope of national policy as much of the world common good as is realistically possible." So, in other words, if we're making decisions about the national interest, we should try to make our national interest align with the interests of everyone else, of the international common good. As I say those words, I understand that some of you may be a little hesitant because you're thinking, oh, that sounds a little bit globalist to me, right? Are you saying that we should pursue other people's interests? Shouldn't we put America first? Well, I didn't say, let's not pursue our interests. I actually said, let's pursue our interest and try to make our interest aligned with others' interests. As a Christian thinking about foreign policy, I think there's no other option. Because think of what happens if our interests diverge from others. then we face a moral dilemma. Do we pursue our interests at the expense of others, hurting others, causing injustice to others? Or do we do the other way around, pursue others' interests and neglect our own, which I think is irresponsible? We don't want that dilemma, so we should try as much as possible to make them align. That would be ideal for Christian statesmen and stateswomen. This, I think, is different from what I would call secular realism, which thinks that we essentially have no reason or obligation to consider others' interests at all, that we should pursue our interests narrowly conceived in the short term and, again, put ourselves first and not even think about others. Reinhold Niebuhr disagreed with that approach. He called himself a Christian realist and criticized what he called the self-defeating realism of those who are myopically realistic, myopically short-sighted, like I am right now, short-sightedly realistic, by seeing only their own interest and failing thereby to do justice to their interests, because our interests are often involved with the interests of others. We can defeat ourselves when we define our national interests so narrowly, so in such a blinkered way, so myopically, so short-sightedly. We can actually defeat ourselves and not even achieve our interest if we define it too narrowly. That's all a bit abstract, isn't it? And what does that have to do with Afghanistan? Let me walk through some of the issues in Afghanistan to, I hope, illustrate how this argument actually works, how I think our short-termism defeated us in Afghanistan. The Taliban did not defeat us. We defeated ourselves with our short-termism, with our blinkered, narrow, provincial, myopic, solipsistic definition of our national interest. In Afghanistan, we went to war, justly so, as an act of self-defense against al-Qaeda that launched the largest and most deadly terrorist attack in world history, killed almost 3,000 people from 80-some nations in several coordinated attacks. It was good for us to go to war. It was right. It was just. Like Israel after the October 7th attack, we had every right to do something to protect ourselves from future attacks. The goal of the war in Afghanistan was actually never unclear. Over 4 presidents, they all agreed on this, and I worked for 2 of them. The goal was to bring al-Qaeda's leaders to justice and also deter future attacks and also deny safe haven to terrorists of global reach. It's those and alsos that maybe we sometimes forget in our historical remembrance. It was not just kill al-Qaeda, it was also make sure this doesn't happen again. And that is key for the strategy that we should have adopted. We faced a choice, a pretty simple choice. We either go in option A, we go in guns blazing to kill as many terrorists as we can, and in the hopes that we could kill enough that they couldn't come back, and we'd be safe. And option B is something very different. Option B doesn't exclude killing the terrorists who need killing, but option B includes investing in Afghanistan, investing something to build up an army, a police force, an intelligence service, and yes, a government, so that it can deny safe haven to al-Qaeda and we can go home. Investing in conditions of lasting peace and justice. That was option B. I'm going to argue to you that that was the better option, but some of you might be under the misapprehension that that's actually what we tried and we failed. In fact, I bet a lot of you have the narrative in your head that we launched a 20-year foolish utopian nation-building crusade, proving the futility of ever doing that ever again. So I need to explain that no, we didn't actually do that. That's not at all what happened. In fact, for the first 5 years of the war, President Bush chose option A. Our involvement in Afghanistan for the first 5 years was almost entirely killing terrorists. And again, that's not a bad thing, but I believe more was needed. We chose the short term, the self-interested, the narrow conception of our self-interest. Gotta kill the terrorists. That was our immediate short-term concern, and neglected the longer-term conditions of peace and justice. We neglected the Afghans' interest. For example, let me give you a couple examples specific in the war. One of the first dilemmas that we faced was what to do with Afghanistan's warlords. When the Taliban fell from power, there was no government, there was no army, there was no police force, but there were warlords, guys with big militias and a lot of guns. Option A, hire them as our proxies against al-Qaeda so that they could keep the pressure on. But the cost of that option is that they are not legitimate actors, and they would end up undermining the growth of the legitimate Afghan government. Option B is to hopefully gradually sideline them while we build up the legitimate security forces, the army, the police, the government, and thus invest in conditions of lasting peace and justice. So you'll be unsurprised to hear that we chose option A. We worked with the warlords, I believe, long after it was necessary to do so. It's defensible to work with them in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, but years and years and years later, we continued to work with them and undermine the growth of the Afghan state, the growth of the institutions necessary to build lasting peace and justice in Afghanistan. We chose the short term, the immediate, the convenient, the easy solution of working with warlords to kill al-Qaeda to the exclusion of the longer, broader term interest of peace and justice in Afghanistan. Second example, fast forward, it's 2009. President Obama takes office, and I'm working in the National Security Council for him at the time, transitioned straight from the Bush administration. President Obama came into office promising to win the war in Afghanistan, something many people have forgotten. He actually said he's going to escalate the war, send more troops, do a civilian surge, give more money to the reconstruction effort. I think most of what President Obama said in his first year in office was actually quite correct. It was the right approach. And yet, President Obama balked. As it became clear what the true cost was of what he was saying, he backed off. In his second strategy review, culminating in a speech in December 2009, famously, President Obama announced that he was going to send a surge and, within 18 months, withdraw them. So he ordered a surge, a partial counterinsurgency strategy in only a part of the country, limited in time, limited in scope, with fewer troops than the military recommended. He explicitly told the U.S. military, your mission is not to defeat the Taliban. He explicitly told the U.S. military, your mission is not to defeat the Taliban. He gave them orders not to seek the defeat of our enemy in wartime. And in writing, explicitly disavowed nation building. And all of this was captured, I think, with his withdrawal timetable. Now, I've read a lot of military strategy books. I've read Sun Tzu and Clausewitz, and I have yet to find a single book of military strategy ever written that says announcing your timetable for withdrawal in advance is a good idea. It's not out there. Nobody has ever recommended that. So why did we do it? Because it served our short-term, immediate, narrow self-interest to the exclusion of the long-term, broader interests of the Afghans, the interest of peace, the interest of justice, the interest of the world. It served President Obama's personal political interest. He got to say on the campaign trail that he was bringing the war to a responsible conclusion in time for his re-election. It seemed like the more realistic option because it cut costs. It mitigated our investment, it minimized our investment, and it was cheaper. It had fewer troops in harm's way, and we could see a light at the end of the tunnel, and it deflected criticism from Obama's left. And it did not make the investments in lasting peace and justice in Afghanistan. That is why, ultimately, President Obama's policy failed. The military surge actually showed some progress. You can look at metrics of success in 2010, 2011, even into 2012, and it looks as if the war, that's the moment when I believe we came the closest to a more acceptable outcome, something like victory. And we pulled the plug. We pulled the plug before it had time to fully mature and harden into a lasting progress. More time would have allowed the surge time to solidify its effects. More time would have allowed the civilian surge to actually happen. More time would have allowed reconstruction programs to continue without the sense of panicked rush that turned them into prolonged exercises in waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. This is when we tried nation building, and it was a waste because of the withdrawal deadline. When we said we're leaving, it communicated to all the bureaucrats on the ground, your mission isn't to rebuild Afghanistan. Your mission is to spend money quickly and leave. And that's a very stupid idea. No nation has ever been built on a timeline. And no program has ever shown effects in 18 months. And that is why President Obama's war failed. A third example from the war in Afghanistan, the Obama and the Trump administrations both reached out to the Taliban to open negotiations with them. And that is actually a good thing. It's not a bad thing in itself. You always in wartime should talk to your enemy. I actually felt differently at the time. And there's many people who think it's kind of gross and morally questionable to talk to the bad guy. Actually, no, you should always talk to the enemy. Always. Always keep a channel open. It's always a wise idea to have a way of just talking to the enemy while you're shooting them. The problem wasn't talking to the Taliban. The problem was that President Obama and Trump together replicated President Nixon's error in his negotiations with North Vietnamese of negotiating with one hand while simultaneously withdrawing troops with the other. A very basic principle of wartime negotiation is that military progress is diplomatic leverage. You win on the battlefield so that you can win at the negotiating table. And yet President Nixon, President Obama, President Trump all did the same thing of pulling their military leverage off the table while trying to strike a deal with the Taliban. And the Taliban knew it, which is exactly why they waited and they waited and they waited. They even said this to American diplomats. Ambassador Khalilzad told me that the Taliban told him, we're not signing anything, we're just going to wait. It was very obvious what the negotiating dynamic was. As U.S. troops pulled back, the Taliban's hand grew stronger and stronger until they signed the meaningless Doha Agreement, and President Biden inexplicably chose to honor it. Why did we do that? Because it served our short-term, narrow, selfishly conceived national interests of ending the war. It didn't end the war, ending our participation in the war, getting American troops out of harm's way, extricating ourselves from a war that the commanders-in-chief no longer believed was necessary. While it did nothing for the longer-term interests, the broader interests of the Afghans or ourselves. We shot ourselves in the foot. We did not achieve our own interests by doing this. We handed the country over to the Taliban. Al-Qaeda has regained some measure of safe haven there. Yes, we killed Ayman al-Zawahiri. We killed him in Kabul. It shows that Al-Qaeda feels comfortable moving back to Afghanistan after our withdrawal. The tactic of withdrawing and negotiating while negotiating was short-sighted. It appeared to serve our short-term self-interests and did the opposite. What lessons can we learn from this and from the rest of the war in Afghanistan? I suggest we should learn that some themes emerge from this. As I worked on the war and as I interviewed 70-some policymakers from the past 3 administrations for my book, I never doubted the intelligence, hard work, the patriotism, the goodwill, the efforts of everybody who worked on the war. That's not enough. That is not enough. Your credentials are not enough. They do not qualify you to be a policymaker. You need more than that. You need wisdom to take the long view, prudence to discern what is actually practical. You need persistence and fortitude in implementation. You need courage to overcome groupthink and pride. You need temperance and humility to toil in unglamorous details. And above all, the strategist and the policymaker must have a passion for justice. You need wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. Wisdom. I'm reminded of Reinhold Niebuhr's serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. In our foreign policy landscape, I believe that secular realists have underestimated what we can change. They look at the world, they want to accept the constraints of the world, and they put out very little effort to change the conditions of the world. And I believe that liberal internationalists tend to overestimate what they can change. We need the wisdom to know the difference. I think President Bush overestimated what he could change when he launched a second war before finishing the first. I think President Obama underestimated what he could change when he gave up on counterinsurgency and nation building. He overestimated what he could achieve when he tried to prosecute a war on timetable. We lacked the wisdom to understand what was realistic, what was really achievable, what we could change and what we couldn't. Courage. I think that in some sense we do need grandiose aspirations. That's a very unpopular thing to say right now, as we have policymakers who are very fixated on what is realistic, what is prudent, what is practical, what is pragmatic. Actually, I think we need more of the opposite. We need grandiose aspirations, not as a programmatic plan, something to achieve in time for the next election. That's not what I'm saying. But we need aspirations as guiding principles, as inspirational stories, as orienting frameworks. The basic pole star towards which we patiently steer the ship of state decade after decade. We need these because we need the inspiration to persist in the day-to-day grind, in the face of bureaucratic inertia, the face of enemy violence, the face of everyday realities. When Thomas Jefferson called America an empire of liberty, when John F. Kennedy said that we would pay any price to assure the survival and success of liberty, that was grandiose, maybe even hubristic, but it was necessary because it defined our place in the world and it gave us an orienting framework that made our foreign policy more coherent, more consistent, and more effective. The words are aspirational, but the aspiration is how we challenge ourselves to strive and persist in the face of the naysayers and the obstacles. Third, we need temperance. Temperance. It's an odd word, isn't it? We don't talk about temperance much today. Maybe you've heard of the temperance movement against alcohol. I'm not quite talking about that. Feel free to drink up if you're of age. What I mean is we need to temper our appetite for glory, for the limelight. Policymaking, the high, lofty councils of state, when presidents make heroic decisions, it's very alluring. We all want to be in the room where it happened, right? We all want to be there. That's actually not where foreign policy is truly made. Foreign policy is enacted in boring implementation, when after the president makes the heroic decision, all the bureaucrats and the people in the field actually have to do it. And it takes a lot of humility and patience and discipline to go through the boring grind day after day after day to get it done and get it done right, down to the last crossed T and dotted I. And we very much did not do that in Afghanistan. We need temperance to keep ourselves disciplined in the face of reality. Finally, I suggest we need personal integrity and a passion for justice to simply care enough. I confess I have a strange mix of admiration and a little bit of contempt for the American policymaker. Admiration because, again, the intelligence, the hard work, the goodwill, the patriotism. But virtually everyone knew that the war in Afghanistan was not going well. And yet almost no one put their careers on the line for it. One diplomat told me, he said, "We knew it wasn't going well, but that was above my pay grade. We kept doing our thing and just hoped things would work themselves out." I think that perfectly encapsulates the word bureaucrat in the worst possible way. It is passive complicity with bureaucratic drift towards failure. Don't ever waste your life doing that. If you're in a bureaucracy that's failing, say something. Pound on a desk, throw a chair, File a dissent cable, resign in protest, do something, and don't just be passively complicit with stupid failure. Don't waste your life that way. We need public servants who will put their careers on the line. There were just a few who did so, but I note that not a single Biden official has resigned in protest over the fall of Kabul. One Obama official told me, quote, "In our private discussions, there was considerable reservations about the idea of the timetable." And I kind of wanted to punch him in the face, because private reservations do not make policy or win wars. So speak up. I think the lesson applies to presidents as well. Presidents have to care about the wars they lead. That needs to be evident in how they talk about it. Presidents need to use the language of justice and victory. Again, an unpopular thing. Wars aren't won anymore. We don't win. There's no surrender ceremony on the deck of a battleship. I get that. But wars are moral contests. The only possible justification for killing another human being is if it is for the sake of peace and justice. And if justice is on the line, it's a moral contest. And it is moral to win. It is a moral imperative to win. And presidents have to say that. And they have to believe it. And they have to lead like they believe it, which I believe 4 commanders-in-chief did not do. President Bush tried with Iraq, but not Afghanistan. This is not crusading. It is recognizing that done right, war serves justice. And if it doesn't, yes, we should go home. But I believe the war in Afghanistan was, or should have been, a just war. More than intelligence or education, statesmen and state character. They need wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. You may recognize that these just happen to be the 4 cardinal virtues of classical Greek thought. I didn't go into this book expecting to conclude that, but it emerged from the narrative of the 20-year saga of our defeat. And if that's really at the root of how and why we failed, it suggests that these lessons maybe aren't an accident. They maybe aren't a quirk of this particular war or this particular author, but these might actually be timeless truths of statecraft. Enduring principles for you to learn how to wield power in the service of a just and lasting peace among nations. Thank you very much. Yes, right here.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think the question on everybody's mind probably is, if lessons are to be drawn from Afghanistan, how might they be applied to Gaza? And anticipating your answer a little bit, is it possible for those lessons to be applied within a 2-state framework?
Yeah. Excellent question, which gets to the part of the talk I had to cut for time. So thank you.
Let's
how do you
get to
apply
it.
this to Israel, Hamas? How do you apply it to Russia, Ukraine? So Israel has every crap. They're going to launch a ground invasion. They're going to win a conventional military victory. They're going to kill a lot of people, and nothing will be solved. A lot of terrorists will be dead, and I don't, that's not unjust. But will that actually lead to more peace, more justice? I'm not persuaded that it is. If I was advising Netanyahu, I would tell him that the right way to frame this war, this is a war to liberate Palestine from Hamas's tyranny. This is a war to reunify Gaza and the West Bank under the legitimate authority of the Palestinian Authority, which right now is not really capable of wielding that authority. I would even say this. This is the time for Israel to promise to recognize the state of Palestine essentially as reward's the wrong term, as a sign of the peace that is to come in the aftermath of Hamas's destruction. I very much believe in the 2-state solution. That was the premise of the 1947 partition plan, that premise behind the 1995 Oslo Accords. We all know Palestine must exist. I think there will be and should be a Palestinian state. 134 countries already recognize the PA as the state of Palestine. That's fine. The problem is that one part of Palestine is run by totalitarian terrorists and the other by corrupt authoritarians. So if I was Netanyahu, I would kill as much of Hamas as I can, and I would hand over Gaza to the United Nations, a transitional administration whose goal, whose writ was clean up the streets, turn the power back on, feed the people, and prepare it for the state of Palestine, which also involves severely reforming the Palestinian Authority.
So the lesson to draw would be to do nation building multilaterally, like via the UN rather than via Israel or the United States or unilateral entity.
The reason I'm hesitating is that multilateral nation building is led to a high degree of incompetence in Afghanistan. So when I say invite the UN in, I don't necessarily mean put them in charge. I'm not sure what the institutional arrangement should look like. I really don't know. But I think the goal should be, peace and justice in Palestine as much as for Israel. Look, you've heard about just war theory. When we seek peace and justice, it's actually not just for ourselves. By the doctrine, and it is a doctrine, not a theory, by the doctrine, we are seeking peace and justice for everyone, for our enemies, including for ourselves. Think about after World War II, we rebuilt Germany and Japan, our former enemies. I think somebody has got to rebuild Palestine. Yes. Tell me how this ends unless Palestine exists and has a competent government. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for letting us know about how incompetent American bureaucracy can be. Out of curiosity, the American people, you mentioned both Vietnam and Afghanistan, both the American public and American bureaucracy became sick and tired of working in Vietnam and Afghanistan. And I think part of the reason why we decided to eventually leave with our tails between our legs is because there was no public support for those wars when they eventually ended. How can the American policymaker really encourage the American people to keep at it when there's not significant progress being made in the eyes of the people or in the eyes of the media?
To answer your question most directly, they should actually try to talk about the war and its justice and its importance, which, again, none of the presidents did. But I do want to take slight issue with how you've characterized it. It's true that Vietnam was deeply unpopular by the end. About 60% of Americans opposed the war by 1973, and that number grew substantially in the years afterwards. In Afghanistan, it actually never got that high. The American people didn't oppose the war in Afghanistan. The American people didn't care about the war in Afghanistan. That's the number one important fact about public opinion and the war in Afghanistan. They just didn't care. They really didn't care. And if any of the presidents had gone and said, this is just, this is important, we're going to stay, with the amount of few troops that were there, we had 10,000 by 2015, and substantially not a whole lot of investment, almost no troops were on the firing line, not a whole lot of troops were getting killed. I don't think the American people would have opposed that. It would have been a very sustainable insurance against the resurgence of terrorism.
Quick comment. I would say that the indifference in the American people, it's probably just a quiet opposition instead of a quiet support in some ways.
Dr. Miller, thank you so much for your talk. I'm Isaac Willard from Grove City College. You had mentioned the importance of politicians using grandiose aspirations, and I totally get it. That's a rhetoric thing. That makes sense. That said, is stuff like Trump's language of America first, MAGA-type rhetoric, is that, or language of victory, as you mentioned later in your talk, is that an example of grandiose aspiration? And if not, what is it?
So I don't actually disagree at all with the idea that we should put America first. I just think the best and most effective way to do that is by investing in a just and lasting peace elsewhere in the world. We live in a community of nations, and putting America first should not mean putting America only or alone. That's exactly how to defeat ourselves, to put ourselves last. So putting ourselves first also means being cognizant of how we affect everyone else in the world with our activity. And so investing in the liberal international order is the way to put America first. Is it grandiose and aspirational? That's not the way that's not the rhetoric I'd recommend. I think that I think President Bush spoke well about this when he talked about the need to encourage. He called it the freedom agenda, right? Encourage freedom as the alternative to tyranny. The notion is that in democratic societies, people can express their grievances peacefully through the ballot box, and so they don't feel the need to go and kill people about it. I agree. I think that's a true statement. So that's a good grandiose aspiration. Now, we're not going to do it overnight. We're not going to democratize the world at the point of a gun, but it's a good poll star to hold out. I think President Obama actually got this pretty good, pretty wide. He gave a speech after the Arab Spring. He gave a speech. His Nobel Prize speech was one of the best speeches I've ever heard. He just didn't live up to it. So I think a few of them actually got. Look, Senator Joe Biden got this right in speech after speech after speech. He was the foremost champion of nation building in Afghanistan from 2001 to 2009. And then he flipped on a dime when he became vice president. So even Biden, I think, got it, or at least understood that sort of rhetoric. And the only president who really did talk about victory was Trump. And I give him credit for that. He said victory more times in a 15-minute speech than Obama did in 8 years. And I think we need more of that. Let's go in the back somewhere. Take a pick.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Todd McDonald, Virginia Tech, also 173rd Airborne Infantry veteran. I've got a two-part question, and hopefully I explain it well, or I'll just go ahead off into it. So you talked about investing in conditions of lasting peace and justice. From my understanding, to an extent, we did invest in things like to where women in Afghanistan, some at least, were able to play the role of like getting involved in healthcare. Some women were able to get an education. And then when the Taliban took power again, those privileges, but also benefits to society were taken away. So I was wondering if there are any positive effects to those investments that might change the hearts and minds today to where we could see a change in Afghanistan in the future. And then the second part of my question was, when we think about investments and conditions of lasting peace and freedom, do you consider the indicators of success to be something like a Western conception of freedom and justice, or would you accept something much lower? For example, I don't know, maybe women don't have rights, but we have this or that, something else that you would accept as this is victory, but it's not on the same playing field as the way we see ourselves and way we see justice here. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to answer your first part first. If Afghanistan 50 years from now is a democracy, if it escapes Taliban tyranny and someday gets a chance to rebuild something like a democratic Afghanistan, it will look back on the past 20 years as something to build on. And so that is the closest I can get to saying, hey, that we did something good, right? It gave Afghanistan a historical experience that perhaps someday it might build on, right? If that answers your question. The second part, right, how much of nation building is actually Westernization? Well, I observed that it was the Persians and the Chinese who invented bureaucracy. Roads are not Western. Electricity is not Western. Clean water is not Western. Police are not Western. Hammurabi wrote the world's first law code. There's far less of this than you think is actually Western. Maybe when you get to women's rights and religious freedom, that's, I think, the stuff that is closest to being uniquely Western. But you know what? Afghan women seem to love it a lot, and they were 50% of the country. The people who say Afghanistan's not quite ready for democracy and human rights, you know who says that? Rich Pashtun men, rich Pashtun Sunni men. Those are the ones who say that, because they're the ones who benefit from the hierarchy that now exists and existed before. It's always, everywhere in the world, rich men of the ruling tribe who say, we're not ready for democracy yet. And it's women and it's religious and ethnic minorities everywhere in the world who are the strongest advocates for democracy, for human rights, for civil liberties. Happens everywhere in the world, and accountable free governance is no longer uniquely Western. Let's go here.
Hello, I'm Devin Burnett from Liberty University, and I think you already mentioned this in your speech. I just don't remember, but I was going to ask, When was the turning point in American history when we switched from long-term goals, like in Germany, in rebuilding Germany and Japan, to like short-term goals like in Afghanistan?
Yeah. The scholar in me doesn't want to pick a date because surely there's a blend and there's a mix, and there we can see some short-termism before and some long-termism now. But I really just want to say 1991, the end of the Cold War, because the Cold War was precisely when we had a strategic concept of containment that was a mature, responsible, and I think moral strategic concept that was sustained across 9 presidential administrations across 45 years, and it was successful in winning a just war without actually having to fight. I mean, we fought a couple of proxy wars, but it never turned into World War III. That was a good thing that we did. And since then, I have not seen evidence of that long-term perspective, that grand strategic thought. I think there's been a couple of efforts. The Clinton administration tried to reformulate American foreign policy on the basis of democratic enlargement and engagement. That's not a terrible idea, but it was too beholden to liberal internationalism and utopian assumptions. He cut the defense budget by 1/3. It was stupid. And I think that successively, as the years go by, we get more and more short-term in our thinking. And I'm not entirely sure why, but yeah, if I had to pick a date, I'd pick the end of the Cold War. There.
You say we're short-term in our thinking, but I mean, we're spending 3.5% of GDP on defense. We have troops in 40 countries in Africa. We're the guarantor of security in the Middle East. I mean, we're still our overseas footprint is still as if Europe is still destroyed from World War II, and we're the only global hegemon that can control these things. Europe's spending 1.5% on a good day on GDP for their defense. We're spending 3.5%. So I get that we have national responsibilities, but there's this circular reasoning that goes, we have to have all this force projection because Europe doesn't have it. And so therefore, anytime anything breaks, we're the ones who have to go fix it. And then Europe doesn't build force projection because we're doing it for them. So what are the limits? And I don't disagree that we have moral obligations abroad, but what are the limits on that as a country?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Where are the limits? But I do want to offer a different perspective on the history here. We actually have the smallest military footprint abroad since 1939. You say 3.5% of GDP on defense. It's been going down and scheduled to hit about 2.7% within a couple of years. That is the lowest number since before World War II. The numbers of troops we have, the amount of money we've spent on defense is nearing an all-time low since the interwar years. Between 1920 and 1940, our defense budget averaged between 1% and 3%, so about 2%. And that was the high tide of isolationism. And I just said our defense budget is trending towards 2.7%. So we have adopted the military budget almost of isolationism. You need to understand the historical context. During the Cold War, our defense budget was 7% of GDP in peacetime. If you count Vietnam and Korea, it was 9%. Now, I'm not saying we need that today, but I just do want to put it into context. After the Cold War, massive budget cuts that we've never reversed. Iraq and Afghanistan was a mild, brief blip upwards that has now been reversed. So our military budget is actually quite small in historical terms. Granted, and the person we have to thank for the increase in Europe's military budget in recent years is Vladimir Putin, who has put the fear of God into them. Where are the limits? That's a fair question. Because we can't do everything, can't be everywhere. As a conservative internationalist, not a liberal internationalist, I'm very comfortable saying, well, let's prioritize our interests. Where are our interests? It's where there's the greatest concentrations of wealth, power, and danger. That's pretty simple to me. That's an easy rubric. Where is there the most amount of wealth, power, and danger? People we can trade with, people who can kill us. Wealth, power, and danger. And the answer is Europe and East Asia. That is still the case today. I ran the numbers in one of my previous books, and I found that 50% of world GDP is in Europe and East Asia, and we're another 25%. And so if you care about the global economy, you must care about Europe, you must care about East Asia. That means the war in Ukraine is far more consequential than the war between Israel and Hamas. It just is. And yes, it's actually more consequential than the war in Afghanistan as well. Right? I'll admit that. And anything that happens between China and Taiwan, of course, is going to be hugely consequential. The third, by the way, the third geopolitical theater is not the Middle East. It is South Asia. India, Pakistan, yes, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, that accounts for a much greater percentage of the world population, world GDP, military spending, nuclear powers, and resources than the Middle East. So I would defend our engagement in South Asia. One more? No. One more question. One more right there, right behind you.
Hi, thank you very much for your insights today, Dr. Miller. I'm William Roberts with the In Defense of Christians. My question concerns President Biden's defense and justification for the war in Ukraine. Do you feel that he has adequately outlined to the American people the moral imperative and strategical imperative? And what would your advice be to counter the rising short-termism that has eroded American support?
I cannot claim to have listened to all of his speeches, but I did note his speech the other night where he tied the war in Ukraine to the war in Israel and gave this rather stirring defense of American leadership and the need to defend freedom abroad. And I thought those were excellent words, and I was so sad that the nation of Afghanistan was unavailable for comment. His words struck me as hollow in the face of his choice 2 years ago to walk away from Afghanistan. Were the words right? The words were right, absolutely. I just wish we lived by them. And that's an example, in a sense, of the short-termism, where he maybe can't even see the contradiction between his words and his actions. What is the solution? I mean, I don't have time to give you all of my ideas, but I think living up to our own rhetoric would be a good start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul Miller, and thank you all again for being such an attentive audience. So we are now prepared for our final speaker, who is also perhaps our most passionate speaker, Dr. Joseph Loconte, formerly of King's College, now with New College in Florida, prolific writer, author, expert on C.S. Lewis, and who's our other favorite author? J.R. Tolkien. So he will entertain you, regale you, impress you for the next 45 minutes to an hour. We will conclude by 5 o'clock at the latest. And as mentioned earlier, for those of you who are so disposed, there will be Chick-fil-A available back at the IRD office for dinner, but that's not for students. So, but not obligatory. So if you have taste for finer cuisine, you're welcome to seek that out anywhere here in downtown DC. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow morning here, the program beginning at 9 a.m., but breakfast will be available here starting at 8 a.m. Joseph Loconte, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me back there in the bleacher seats? All right. Great. I'm supposed to talk here about Tolkien and Lewis on war and Western Civ, but that Mike Johnson was elected as the Speaker of the House, and I heard this morning that he has abdicated the position. They've asked me to step in as the interim Speaker. That was a joke. But that's how chaotic the world is right now. Conservatives and liberals both in a state of moral chaos, it seems to me. And the point of that is we're awash in lies. We are a society awash in lies, and we have, in a sense, we've been down kind of this road before in some ways. And the encouraging thing is that two individuals, two great friends, two amazing authors push back. They push back. So let's get into it. Over a century ago, the National Peace Council of Great Britain, a group of religious and secular peace organizations, issued this proclamation about a century ago. Peace, the babe of the 19th century, is the strong youth of the 20th century, because war, the product of anarchy and fear, is passing away under the growing and persistent pressure of world organization, economic necessity, and that change of spirit, the zeitgeist of the age. The National Peace Council made that prediction in its 1914 edition of the Peace Yearbook. Within a matter of weeks, the nations of the earth became embroiled in a global conflict, the First World War, the most destructive, dehumanizing war the world had ever seen. So much for delusions, liberal delusions in particular, about human nature and the nature of human conflict. Two of the most beloved Christian authors of the last century, J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis. They were both thrust into the jaws of the industrial slaughterhouse of the First World War. Both served as second lieutenants with the British Expeditionary Force in France. And remember, friends, what the soldiers on the Western Front had to endure. The mortars, the machine guns, the tanks, the poison gas, the flamethrowers, the barbed wire, the thousands of miles of trenches, and the mud. Never before had technology and science so conspired to destroy both man and nature. When it was all over, wrote Winston Churchill, torture and cannibalism were the only expedients that the civilized, scientific, and Christian states had been able to deny themselves. Well, Clive Staples Lewis, C.S. Lewis, was injured, nearly killed by a mortar shell that obliterated his sergeant standing nearby. Most of his friends perished in the war. He wrote to his father from his hospital bed, "I could sit down and cry over the whole business." J.R.R. Tolkien fought at the Battle of the Somme, one of the fiercest concentrations of killing in the history of human combat. On the opening day of the Somme offensive, July 1st, 1916, the British lost over 19,000 men on a single day. 19,000. It remains the single deadliest day in British military history. And you think about it, that's a lot of military history, right? Listen to Tolkien. One has indeed personally to come under the shadow of war to feel its full oppression, he said. To be caught up in youth by 1914 was no less hideous an experience than to be involved in 1939 and the following years. By 1918, he says, all but one of my close friends were dead. Now, these men had no romantic illusions about the horror and the human cost of war. We remember the trenches too well, Lewis said. And yet both men used the experience of combat, yes, the experience of combat, to engage their imaginations. They enlist the hardships of war as a crucible for moral and spiritual growth. Let me underscore that. The crucible of war as a path to moral and spiritual growth. When Lewis arrived in France in 1917, he was an atheist. He was quite literally an atheist in a foxhole. And his poetry during this time, it just rages against the silent and uncaring heaven. Here's a few lines from Lewis. Come, let us curse our master ere we die, for all our hopes in endless ruin lie. The good is dead. Let us curse God most high. That's C.S. Lewis in 1917. Tolkien said that his love for fantasy was, quote, quickened to full life by war. Quickened to life by war. He began writing the early parts of his mythology about Middle-earth when he was in the trenches, as he said, by candlelight, in tents, even some down in dugouts under shell fire. It's during this period that he conceives the story of the fall of Gondolin, the tale of how the elven city of Gondolin is betrayed into the hands of Morgoth. Listen to a few lines from that story. There at the end of a weary night in the gray of dawn, he saw a land defiled and desolate. The trees were burned or uprooted. All now was but a welter of frozen mire and a reek of decay like a foul mist upon the ground. What does that sound like? Sounds like no man's land, doesn't it? In France, Tolkien called this the first real story of his imaginary world. He's talking about the war for Middle-earth, friends. He's laying a foundation for his great epic work. But it's not only the experience of the trenches that gave these men a sober view of war. 20 years after the end of the First World War, Tolkien and Lewis have to endure a Second World War. And they face the onset of that conflict with Great Britain near the center of it, with a sense of revulsion, of foreboding, and dread. Lewis writes to his friend Dom Griffiths, April 29th, 1938, I've been in considerable trouble over the present danger of war, twice in one life, and then to find how little I have grown in fortitude despite my conversion. He writes his friend again, October 5th, 1938, I was terrified to find how terrified I was by the crisis. Pray for me for courage. All right, historians in our ranks, What crisis is he talking about? He's writing October 5th, 1938. What's the crisis? Say again? Keep talking. What's the Sudetenland crisis about? What was it about?
Germany invading Czechoslovakia or part of Czechoslovakia.
He's talking about the Munich crisis, right? You're right. When Hitler demands a portion of Czechoslovakia in exchange for the promise of peace, right? The Munich Pact, signed September 30th, just a week before, goes down in history as a desperate and futile act of appeasement. It will not prevent the Second World War. So for Tolkien and Lewis, their personal and professional lives, think about it, they're bracketed by war, by the most devastating wars in human history, when Western civilization itself seemed to sit on the edge of a knife. And yet the experience of war, it deepened their spiritual quest and it shaped their literary imagination. That's my thesis. Out of war came a great friendship. And out of their friendship came their great imaginative works, stories about the conflict between good and evil, about heroism, about sacrifice for a noble cause. War, friendship, and imagination. That's the big picture. War, friendship, and imagination. In the shadow of war, Tolkien creates The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings. Lewis earns fame for the Chronicles of Narnia, the Screwtape Letters, the Space Trilogy, Mere Christianity. Conflict, the conflict between light and darkness, is center stage in each of these stories. So what was their approach to war? Well, many veterans of World War I, they wrote blistering anti-war poetry and novels in the 1920s and 30s, right? Goodbye to all that, farewell to arms. An entire generation of Christian ministers vowed never to support Britain in another war. The students at the Oxford Union Society, this is the cream of the crop of British society, right? The students of the Oxford Union Society voted in February 1933, quote, "This House will under no circumstances fight for its king and country." Historians in our ranks, what's the significance of that time period? February 1933, this House will under no circumstances fight for its king and country. What's happened just a week before that vote? Hitler is Chancellor of Germany. Bad timing for that vote. Sends the wrong message, doesn't it? There was a cultural lurch toward pacifism, and both authors, Tolkien and Lewis, resisted. Tolkien repeatedly decried, quote, "the utter stupid waste of war," on the one hand, but he acknowledged it'll be necessary to face in an evil world. C.S. Lewis, writing in 1944, put it this way: "We know from the experience of the last 20 years, think back now, 1944 and 1920s, we know from the experience of the last 20 years that a terrified and angry pacifism is one of the roads that leads to war." Well, both men fought honorably in World War I, and they're part of the Home Guard during the Second World War. In addition to their life experiences, what shaped their approach to war? Well, they were both educated in the literary canon of Western civilization, as I believe many of you young people are at your colleges as well, right? A humanities core, right? 3 cheers for the humanities. They were both educated in the canon of the West, the literary canon: Homer, Virgil, Dante, Milton. Remember those lines from Paradise Lost? "Peace is despaired, for who can think submission? War then, war, open or understood, must be resolved." Lewis said that outside of the Bible, Virgil's Aeneid had the greatest impact on his professional career. Think about that. C.S. Lewis, Virgil's Aeneid had the greatest impact on his professional life. Makes you want to go and maybe read the Aeneid, doesn't it? Maybe. The Aeneid has been described by one scholar as, quote, "the single most influential literary work of European civilization for the better part of 2 millennia. What is it, friends? It's a war story. It's a war story about origins, the founding myth of ancient Rome, written by Rome's greatest poet when his nation was in the throes of an identity crisis. The classical scholar A.T. Reyes says that his views about Lewis and the Aeneid, this is the scholar Reyes on Lewis. For Lewis, a veteran of the First World War, the beauty and fascination of Virgil's poem lay in its expression of waste and loss. What affected him most was Virgil's need to depict the human tragedy within war. I think that's partially right, the human tragedy within war. It wasn't only the sense of loss and tragedy that moved him. He wrote a letter to his friend Dorothy Sayers, dated December 29th, 1946. Here's what he said, little insight. I've just reread the Aeneid again. He didn't know how many times he'd read it. I've just reread it again. The effect is one of the immense costliness of a vocation combined with a complete conviction that it is worth it. That's a line we're thinking about, friends, especially young people. The costliness of a vocation combined with a complete conviction it is worth it. Tolkien expressed the same kind of appreciation for Beowulf. Beowulf, considered the greatest surviving Old English poem, one of the most important works of Western literature, the story of a Scandinavian warrior battling the forces of evil, right? Beowulf. He captured Tolkien's imagination when he was a young man. He studied it, he translated it, he lectured on it for decades. As Tolkien described it in his 1936 lecture, Beowulf is the story of men caught in the chains of circumstance or their own character, torn between duties equally sacred, dying with their backs to the wall. Well, in the story, Beowulf defeats the demon Grendel, Grendel's mother, and a fearsome dragon, but at the cost of his own life. Tolkien was fascinated by these tales with their portrayal of what? The persistence of wickedness, the value of heroic sacrifice for a noble cause. Listen to Tolkien, a few lines in his appreciation for this poem. For the dragon bears witness to the power and danger and malice that men find in the world, he said. And the dragon bears witness also to the wit and the courage, and finally to the luck or grace that men have shown in their adventures. Not all men, and only a few men greatly. Dragons, he says, are the final test of heroes. Dragons are the final test of heroes. So, on the one hand, neither Tolkien nor Lewis were warmongers. They were not warmongers. They were not tempted to jingoism or militant nationalism. On the other hand, they reject the moral cynicism of the 1920s and 30s. The watchword of the age, friends, after the First World War, if you put it down to one word, disillusionment. A little bit like what a lot of young people have felt about the inconclusive wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Disillusionment. The disillusionment of the post-war generation finds an outlet, friends, in literature, in the arts, in philosophy, science, politics, and religion. Just think about some of the titles of book titles being published in the years after the First World War. I got a lot of these books on my shelf. I'll just rattle off some titles, starting from around 1920. The End of the World, Social Decay and Degeneration, Oswald Spengler, The Decline of the West, The Decay of Capitalist Civilization, The Twilight of the White Races, Will Civilization Crash? The Problem of Decadence, and W.H. Auden's The Dance of Death. How about that for Loconte Book of the Month Club, The Dance of Death? Come on in, free coffee and donuts, right? You get the point, you get the mood, the outlook. To many of the best and brightest, Christianity now lacks any explanatory power. It can't answer for its role in the remorseless violence unleashed by the supposedly Christian nations of Europe. And yet Tolkien and Lewis resist the intellectual currents of the day. They don't get swept up in them. The two men first met at Oxford in 1926 and soon become the best of friends. In 1936, they decide to take on the literary establishment. Lewis had a nickname for Tolkien, called him Tollers, right? They're sitting down over lunch, I think, at the Eastgate Hotel, and he says, Tollers, there's too little of what we really like in stories. I'm afraid we shall have to write some ourselves. And that's what they do. Tolkien publishes The Hobbit in 1937, starts working on The Lord of the Rings. Lewis writes Out of the Silent Planet, the first of the space trilogy. Both authors navigate between extremes, don't they? Between militarism and pacifism, between cynicism and utopianism. They carry no illusions about war because they had no illusions about the problem of evil, the tragedy of the human condition because of man's fall from grace. This is the subtext for Lewis's space trilogy. as well as the Chronicles of Narnia, where the White Witch, she's got all of Narnia under her thumb. She makes it always winter, and never Christmas. Welcome to Washington, D.C. I'm looking for an exit strategy from D.C., just so you know. Looking for an exit strategy. Remember the Lord of the Rings? The words of Elrond at the Council of Elrond. And the elves deemed that evil was ended forever. And it was not so. You see this in Tolkien's children's story, The Hobbit. How many have read The Hobbit, by the way? Just curious. Oh, we got some hobbits out there. Terrific. All right. Listen to how Tolkien describes the goblins in the story. Now, goblins are cruel, wicked, bad-hearted. They make no beautiful things, but they make many clever ones. Hammers, axes, swords, daggers, pickaxes, tongs, and also instruments of torture. They make them very well. It is not unlikely that they invented some of the machines that have since troubled the world, especially the ingenious devices for killing large numbers of people at once, for wheels and engines and explosions always delighted them. What does that sound like? Sounds like the industrial slaughter of the First World War, the abuse of science and technology. And what do we make of the ring in The Lord of the Ring, friends? The battle between Mordor and Middle-earth is called the War of the Ring. Why go to war over a ring? Well, we all know, spoiler alert, the ring gives you the ability to make yourself invisible, of course. And whoever possesses the one ring controls all of the others. One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. And in the darkness bind them, my precious. In the 1950s, at the start of the Cold War, many people assumed, now this is, Tolkien has finally published The Lord of the Rings. He's been working on it for like 13 years. Comes out in the early 1950s. Many people assume that the ring is a symbol of atomic power. Sounds plausible. Maybe. Tolkien sets them straight. But of course, my story is not an allegory of atomic power, but of power, he says, exerted for domination. He just has told us what The Lord of the Rings is about. Power exerted for domination. Think about the world he's just lived through, the 1920s and 30s and 40s, the geopolitical realities. The ring as the embodiment of the will to power, the desire to exploit, to dominate, to control the lives of others. They have a ringside seat to this, friends, in Great Britain in the 1930s and 40s. The National Peace Council in 1914 claimed that war was, quote, the product of anarchy and fear. I'm afraid that today's progressive elites and some friends on the right talk as if war could be eliminated through arms control agreements or international treaties or spread of democracy or the global distribution of wealth or the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Modern liberalism will not face honestly the problem of the will to power. Lewis tackles this theme directly in his essay, Why I Am Not a Pacifist. I commend it all to you, but it hasn't already been discussed here at this conference. He challenges the claim that wars never do any good. Here's a few lines from Lewis. It's certain that a whole nation cannot be prevented from taking what it wants except by war. It is almost equally certain that the absorption of certain societies by certain other societies is a greater evil. He goes on. The doctrine that war is always a great evil seems to imply a materialistic ethic, a belief that death and pain are the greatest evils, but I don't think they are. We could point out that the Ukrainian people, represented by their president, Vladimir Zelensky, would probably agree with Lewis. This is what Zelensky said just before Russia invaded his country. If we come under attack, he said, if we face an attempt to take away our country, our freedom, our lives, and the lives of our children, we will defend ourselves. When you attack us, you will see our faces, not our backs, but our faces. Sometimes war is a tragic necessity. I emphasize the word tragic. This is a major theme in the works of Tolkien and Lewis. Now, why? What's the purpose of war? We've heard some of this from our previous speaker. What good could it achieve? From The Lord of the Rings, a few lines. Faramir, the captain of Gondor, remember what he says? War must be, while we defend our lives against a destroyer who would devour all. But I don't love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend. I love only that which they defend. War as a moral necessity to protect the innocent from great harm, to preserve human freedom, to defend civilization against barbarism. And friends, we know now, or we've been reminded what barbarism is, haven't we? We've seen it in recent weeks in the savage attacks by Hamas on Israeli citizens, men, women, children, infants, slaughtered in an orgy of sadistic violence. This is the moral necessity of war, the moral core of the Christian just war tradition. Protect the innocent from barbarism. Well, Tolkien and Lewis wrote epic fantasy. They revived the medieval concept of the heroic quest. The heroic quest. Tolkien said that when he read a medieval work, it stirred him to produce a modern work in the same tradition. And remember what Lewis does in the Chronicles of Narnia. Narnia is seen as a realm of what? Kings and queens, where a code of honor holds sway, where knighthood is won or lost on the field of battle. Now, is this just medieval nostalgia? Nostalgia. Many people assume that fantasy writers like Tolkien and Lewis, they're people who are just trying to evade the bitter realities of life. Fantasy is escapism. But what if the experience of 2 world wars had the opposite effect on these authors? Maybe they weren't trying to escape reality at all. Maybe they were trying to help us understand it and to face it with hope and resilience. Listen to a few lines from Lewis. Since it's so likely that children will meet cruel enemies, let them at least have heard of brave knights and heroic courage. Maybe the theme of war, of our responsibility to struggle against the darkness of our own day, is essential in an age of moral cynicism. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we're in the kind of age right now, not unlike the age that Tolkien and Lewis were in, moral cynicism about the West. In The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien presents us with 2 kinds of heroes in wartime, 2 kinds of heroes. The extraordinary man, the hidden king determined to fight for his people against a great evil, and the ordinary man, the hobbit, the person like us, not made for perilous quests. So where did Tolkien get his idea for the hobbit? It is a creation. This is a unique creation by Tolkien. Where did he get his idea for the hobbit? Go back to the First World War, to the Western Front, where Tolkien served as a second lieutenant, struggling with his men to stay alive. Listen to Tolkien. I've always been impressed that we are here surviving because of the indomitable courage of quite small people against impossible odds, he says. The hobbits were made small, he explains, to show up in creatures of very small physical power, the amazing and unexpected heroism of ordinary men at a pinch. Tolkien is talking about the men that he fought alongside in the trenches in France. The British Expeditionary Force, they were not a professional army. They were citizen soldiers, shopkeepers, bartenders, clerks, farmers, fishermen, and gardeners. My Sam Gamgee, Tolkien said, is indeed a reflection of the English soldier, of the privates that I knew in the 1914 war and recognized as so far superior to myself. He just tells us where he got the idea for The Hobbit. One of the most beloved characters in modern fiction is based on what? The ordinary English soldier at his post, ready to fight and die for his country, for his band of brothers. Well, midway through the Second World War, in England, a producer at the BBC decides that the nation needs spiritual encouragement. That's how different the world was. The BBC decides that the nation needs spiritual encouragement and turns to C.S. Lewis to explain and defend the Christian faith to a nation in crisis. I'm not making that up. The BBC. One of Lewis's first broadcasts is on January 18th, 1942. Now, let's just pause there for a moment, guys. Back to the studio audience. Think about the political context. He's going to give these talks defending Christianity, beginning in, well, at least not beginning, but certainly a talk in January of 1942. What's the state of affairs in the world in January 1942? Anybody in the back? War, yeah, we're in the middle of the second, yeah, we're in the middle of the Second World War. We got that. But let's be more concrete, more specific. 1942.
U.S. just enters.
U.S. in Pearl Harbor, we're in, yes? Yeah? That makes it sound kind of happy, kind of good. The Americans are in. Guys, it's a disaster. January 1942, it looks like democracy is on the losing side of this battle. We're getting our butts kicked in Asia. The Japanese, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, they are launching their own blitzkrieg in the Pacific, and they're kicking the stuffing out of the Americans and the Brits. We are not ready for this war at all. At all. There's that. Germany also, by January of 42, Germany controls all of Central and Western Europe and has invaded the Soviet Union, which is beginning to look like it's crumbling. This looks like a disaster. At this moment in January of 42, totalitarianism seems to be on the winning side of history. C.S. Lewis takes a train to London. The city has survived the Blitz, but London remains a target of Nazi bombers. He goes down anyway. He arrives at the BBC studio in the early evening hours, and his talk is called The Invasion. Here's a few lines. Christianity does not think this is a war between independent powers. It thinks it is a civil war, a rebellion, and that we are living in a part of the universe occupied by the rebel. Enemy-occupied territory. That's what this world is. And then he goes on. Christianity, he says, is the story of how the rightful king has landed. You might say landed in disguise, and is calling us all to take part in a great campaign of sabotage. Can you imagine hearing his voice over the BBC sitting in a pub? Well, for these two giants of literature, there is only one truth, one singular event that can end the long war against evil, to undo the tragedy of the human condition and to bring lasting peace. One event. It's the return of the king. In Narnia, the king, of course, is Aslan, the great lion, the Christ figure. Only Aslan knows the way to that blessed realm that lies beyond the sea. The light ahead was growing stronger, writes Lewis, in the last battle. Lucy saw that a great series of many-colored cliffs led up in front of them like a giant staircase. And then she forgot everything else, because Aslan himself was coming, leaping down from cliff to cliff like a living cataract of power and beauty. This king, friends, this king comes in power and beauty, as the voice of conscience and the source of consolation, as the lion and the lamb. In Tolkien's story, this king is Aragorn. Aragorn, the chief epic hero of the Lord of the Rings. Heir to the kingship of Gondor, his life is devoted to the war against Sauron. His true stature, though, is made known only after Sauron's defeat, right? When he finally assumes his throne. Here's how Tolkien describes the scene. But when Aragorn arose, all that beheld him gazed in silence, for it seemed to them that he was revealed to them now for the first time. Tall as the sea kings of old, he stood above all that were near. Ancient of days he seemed, and yet in the flower of manhood. And wisdom sat upon his brow, and strength and healing were in his hands, and a light was about him. And then Faramir cried, "Behold the king." Here are stories of courage and clashing armies, tales of loss and recovery, of betrayal and redemption. It is in these stories of war, friends, of war, that we find a clue to the meaning of our earthly journey. Is everything said going to come untrue? Asks Sam. For the creators of Narnia and Middle-earth, here is the deepest source of hope for the human story, the belief that God and goodness are the ultimate realities, and that the shadow of sin and suffering and death will finally be lifted from our lives. The great war will be won. This king, who brings strength and healing in his hands, will make everything said come untrue. Thanks for listening. Okay, we got a little time for questions. So, let me see. Any questions? Take your time here, guys. Collect your thoughts. I threw a lot at you. Gentleman in the back there.
Thank you for your talk, sir. I'm Ian DeYoung from Redeemer University. So you mentioned that the West has been experiencing some moral cynicism in recent years. And if that's true, I was wondering, how would a Christian realist, or how would C.S. Lewis or J.R.R. Tolkien think about the church's role and responsibility in the face of that moral cynicism? Like, what should the Christian church do practically?
Well, that's an excellent question. You're asking a historian to give advice to the Christian church, which is sort of a spiritual task above my pay grade. If we have it'd be good to think about a particular topic in mind, like in what way would it be useful and important for the church, do you think, to push back against this moral cynicism? Do you have a particular area of life in mind when you ask that question? It's a big topic. It's a great question, big topic.
Well, you mentioned that 1930s was an era of disillusionment. I'm sure you could argue that last 10 years with the rise of populism, we've been experiencing some disillusionment. From this turn from liberal democracy to populism. I'm sure there's some moral cynicism behind that. Kind of like, we're now relying on a strong man to deliver us what we want for our community. That sort of sentiment.
I see where you're going. One way to think about this question is this, and it has a parallel, it seems to me, not an exact parallel, of course, a parallel to the 1930s. There was a real lack of confidence in the West about the West because of the First World War, a disillusionment about the institutions, the political and religious institutions of the West were under assault. Think about the ideologies that took flight in the 1920s and 30s. Communism, fascism, eugenics, Freudianism, scientism. All of these ideologies are eating away at the fundamental moral and religious ideals of the West. Incredible lack of confidence. Where are we now? It is hard to find. You guys are attending excellent schools where they care about Western Civ and teach it. But you're the exception. You're the exception. There are almost no courses in Western civilization taught anymore at the major universities in this country. They've all been taken away or corrupted, virtually all. There are pockets of resistance. Pockets of resistance. So, one of the ways the Christian can speak into that, it seems to me, not only at your institutions, as you leave those institutions, reminding your friends and neighbors and others, the West has something to commend itself to us now. The values and ideals, the religious values and ideals, the liberal democratic tradition, the value we place on the individual and human dignity. All of these amazing concepts come out of the Western tradition. That's worth defending. That's worth fighting for. The lack of civilizational confidence that we struggle with right now, that's a problem. Christian realism can speak into that because we can talk about the West as a history of the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's all in there, friends. Of course it is. But it's not all bad and ugly. There's a line that Lewis wrote to Tolkien in a letter. He said to him, Tollers, all my philosophy of history hangs upon a single sentence of your own. What? All his philosophy of history hangs upon a single sentence of J.R.R. Tolkien? What sentence? I'll tell you later. No, I'm just kidding. I think I'll get it from memory. The sentence is this. It's from The Lord of the Rings. There was sorrow then too, and gathering dark, but great valor and great deeds that are not wholly vain. That's realism, Christian realism. Navigating the cool middle ground between pessimism and utopianism. Great deeds that were not wholly vain. It seems to me Christians like you guys could do a lot of good by reminding your friends and neighbors and others of that basic truth that we've known for a long time and have forgotten. Terrific question, long-winded answer.
Thank you.
Who else? We got somebody up here front and then back in the back again. I got no idea how the time's going, so we'll need a clock person to help me.
Thank you very much. I'm Daniel. I
I'm in school, but I work at the New York Public Library, and from that vantage point, I'm sad to see that it seems most Christians would be happy with a Christian education that ultimately gets you a career and cancels bad influences and like keeps you from bad gunk. And how could we basically be more like Tolkien and Lewis in having a Christian education that pursues wonder, beauty, and hope, rather than just get a job and
Yeah.
don't read that book?
Yeah, wonderful question. You know, there was a line from Lewis where he says the task of the educator is not so much to tear down forests, meaning tear down all the bad ideas. That's a role. There's a role for people to be doing that, going after the bad ideas. But it's not necessarily the educator's role. His line is, the task is not so much to tear down forests, but to irrigate deserts. Irrigate deserts. We're starving for truth, for beauty, for joy, for compassion, for decency. We're starving for these things, and the challenge of the educator, the task of the educator really, which is why I'm still in it, still trying to blunder along in this world of education, is because I just think it is so powerful to offer a vision of the world deeply rooted in the Jewish and Christian tradition that's realistic, that's hopeful, and that's inspiring, because we're living in a desert. It is an absolute desert and getting worse. So there's a task we have as students to soak it in, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say this quickly. You may not get another chance. Where you are right now, you may not get another chance to sit at the feet of great thinkers. I don't necessarily mean your professors, so they're probably great thinkers. I mean those great voices from the past, those great authors, those great works. You may not get another chance in your life to sit at the feet of those great thinkers and to be moved and transformed and inspired. This is your moment. This is your moment. And then as you go on and graduate, there are ways to support those institutions that are doing the same thing. So, partial answer to your question, just a partial answer, but thank you for that. And somebody in the back had their hand up there.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Loconte. So I'm just going to lay out real quick the part of your argument that I found really intriguing and then relate it to today. Because at the beginning of your talk, you said that there's a lot of people promoting lies today. And then it seemed like what a big part of your argument was, focusing on Lewis and Tolkien, is that they used fiction to reveal truth.
Yes.
So I was wondering if there are any Lewis or Tolkien today, or fictional authors, who you think that are promoting truth. They may not be on the same level, but someone who plays the same role. Yeah. Are there any fictional authors who perform that role today?
Well, of course there are, and there are more than I'm going to know about because I'm an intellectual historian, a John Locke scholar. I don't read enough of these guys, but I'm going to name one right off the top. British author Julia Saunders. She writes a lot of young person's fiction. She's deeply rooted in the Judeo-Christian tradition, huge, a scholar in both Tolkien and Lewis, does seminars on these both, clearly has been influenced by that literary imagination. I put her near the top of my list right now, Julia Saunders, Saunders, British author. I put her at the list. So there's a lot more we could say there. I have to think about that and send you some names. But I guess I want to say, look, one of the ways we're going to produce more writers like that, guys, and this is why I'm gratified knowing the institutions you guys are coming from. If we don't have a grounding in the Western tradition, in that classical Christian tradition, which both Tolkien and Lewis had, that was the stuff, that was the soil for them, for their imagination. Other things as well, as I've suggested, their own life experience. But the intellectual soil, the literary soil came out of the Western canon. If we want great writers, men and women, coming out of that Lewis and Tolkien tradition, they're going to have to get grounded in the classics, I think, in one way or another. That would be a good start. Get back to the humanities. Who else had a hand up? You got time for a couple more questions? One or two? I have no idea. Plenty of time. Oh, good. Yes, the gentleman back there. Yep. And then I think we had a lady over here. Yep.
Oh, hello. My name is Isai Monero. I am from Biola University. I guess I'm. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to use a little bit of abolition of man.
Sure.
So abolition of man. You have the famous quote of men without chests. Do you think, to some degree, war, maybe even unjust war, like just the experience of unjust war, is necessary in bringing up virtuous leaders?
Let me try to answer the question. Is war, even an unjust war, is it necessary or essential to producing Say it again. Producing.
Yeah, maybe producing like virtuous good leaders or conscious leaders.
Is it necessary to produce? Is war necessary to produce virtue? I want to be careful about saying it's necessary because it's so. In some ways, it's such a failure, right? It's such a sign of the tragedy of the human condition, the blackness of our nature, right? The desire to kill, to dominate, to subjugate. Can good come out of that? Can God in His mercy bring good out of that? Absolutely, yes, and He has. Is it essential or necessary? That's a philosophical question I can't answer. My instinct is no, is the one to say no. There are other ways to produce virtue. But here's the thing. Victor Davis Hanson, the classical historian, has said that the history of the West is almost a history of war. The history of the West is almost a history of the war, meaning there's so much conflict. There's just so much conflict in our history. And so we're going to have, unfortunately, opportunities to respond to that in ways that, yes, either develop virtue. Dragons are the final test of heroes, the bar from Tolkien. We're going to have opportunities, we have them right now, to develop character or not. What's the line I heard the other day? It was a moment's courage or a lifetime of regret. That's what war kind of presents to so many of us, men and women both. A moment's courage or a lifetime of regret. And the lack of courage, maybe this is behind your question, it's a great one. The lack of courage in our culture is probably one of the defining features of our age, the absolute lack of courage at so many levels. I think there are other ways other than war to counter that. I will say this quickly, and then we had another question over here. Whether we're in a physical war or not, if you come from a perspective of faith, and this is what Lewis is doing in Mere Christianity, the radio broadcast, we're in the spiritual conflict. We're in it. We're in enemy-occupied territory. And we can be part of the resistance or not. So you want war, honey? You got it. You got it. That was a generic honey, not calling anybody honey in particular, by the way. So we got another question. Somebody else had a question over here. I thought there was a young lady had a hand up. No? No? Yes, sir, go.
Thanks so much for being here. Do you think that Christianity is absolutely essential to this kind of theme of great literature? Because certainly the ancient Greeks weren't necessarily Christian, but it seems to me that Tolkien and Lewis certainly drew heavily on their Christian influences.
Yes. Well, I'm not a literary critic. I don't even play one on TV, but I think Lewis and Tolkien would both say, and really did say, there are resources in that ancient pre-Christian literature that can be incredibly important and compelling. Beowulf is one of those examples of a Christian author looking back at a time period in Europe when it's only partially been affected by the gospel. And he's celebrating the old pagan virtues. So it takes you up to a point, men with their backs against the wall. What the Jewish and Christian vision adds, of course, is what? A rational, incredibly inspiring basis for hope and for sacrifice. You can find a basis for sacrifice in the older stories, in Homer and Virgil. But it seems to me there's nothing so powerful as the king is going to return, and he's going to make everything right. So we can lay down our lives for the truth and know it will not be for nothing. We can have a confidence I don't think the pagan could have. The pagan tries to generate some kind of a stoic confidence about the rightness of the cause, but I'm not sure that can sustain a society, especially in times of real crisis. Remember, Greek society collapsed, right, into a civil war, and Rome, of course, collapsed from a republic to an empire, corrupt from within. So, huge challenges there. But thank you. It's a terrific question. I've got to think about it some more. We got a question right here.
Thank you for your extremely absorbing lecture. My question is about, and you touched on this to some extent, how did Lewis and Tolkien explain, or how did they come to grips with the fact that total war, as they had experienced, it did emerge from a Christian society? Like, what is it enough to just explain it in terms of the fall of man, or was it a problem of technology? Was it a problem of slipping away from the original the values of the society? But you can see why just simply explaining it as the fallenness of man is kind of insufficient considering the scale and magnitude of the war.
That's a fabulous question, and I wonder. I may want to come back to you on this in that. It's not like they both wrote these essays. Here are my philosophical understanding of how we got World War I and World War II. However, this would be a great dissertation topic. Could become a book, perhaps for you, young man. Exploring their works with that question in mind. What can we discern from their fictional works about how they viewed those two great cataclysms, World War I and World War II? I think there are clues there. I mean, if I put the question back to you, have you read Lord of the Rings? Yes. Okay, great. Thinking about Lord of the Rings, what would you say would be Tolkien's view of how we possibly could account for a Second World War? Remember, he starts the Lord of the Rings 1937, and he's writing it right through the Second World War. Any glimmers there from Lord of the Rings that might strike you, that give us a clue as to how we got into that mess, that second disaster? Remember the early chapters of Lord of the Rings? The shadow always appears again and takes another form. It's just an amazing line. I don't know when exactly he wrote that line. He's talking to Frodo, Gandalf talking to Frodo. The shadow, there's a respite. After a respite, the shadow appears and grows again and takes another form. And then the other lines in the early chapters. There's a world out there, Frodo. You can fence yourselves in, but you can't fence it out. Can't avoid this shadow, this growing shadow. In other words, the persistence of radical evil. Both of them absolutely believe in the persistence of radical evil. And if we think that's true, and the 20th century seems to confirm that theological view, the persistence of radical evil, then we have to expect it's going to take political form. Geopolitical form. I think that's a partial explanation. There is a theological thing there, but then also, remember, they have a ringside seat to the rise of these ideologies. It's absolutely incredible what they have to live through again a second time. When Hitler comes to power in 1933, the English translation of Mein Kampf is made available now for the first time. My struggle, Hitler's Mein Kampf. Lewis obviously has read some of it. He's writing a letter to one of his friends commenting on Hitler and his denunciation of the Jews. It's just an amazing little back and forth. And in 1933, Lewis can see this leader of Nazi Germany is totally opposed to the entire Jewish Christian view of the world. He understands these totalitarians, these dictators, absolutely opposed to God, to his moral view, to the moral fabric of the universe. He just sees it early on as a young Christian in 1933. Partial answer. Just took a stab at it. Hope it helped. Who else? And I'm amazed at your perseverance, friends, I have to say.
Hello. I was just going to ask, what is your favorite work from C.S. Lewis and Tolkien?
Save it. I'm sorry. Save it.
Your favorite work.
Favorite work. I was afraid you were going to ask me that. Well.
Or at least one you would recommend to start
I'm going to give maybe not an obvious answer to that. Of course, I love The Lord of the Rings. I started reading it. I was doing my doctoral work, studying John Locke during the day in England, in London, and reading Tolkien at night. It was just fabulous. But there's an essay by Tolkien I really love, Leaf by Niggle. Leaf by Niggle. And the reason I love it is he's a middle-aged man. He's struggling with The Lord of the Rings. He's maybe halfway through. He doesn't think he's going to finish it, and he's anxious. And it's a story. It's an autobiographical short story about a painter who has this great canvas he's working on, and he doesn't think he's able to finish it. All these things that come to interrupt him. I love that story. It just it speaks so powerfully to some of our lives. So I put that on a list at least. I'm going to list instead of a work by Lewis, I'm going to list an essay by Lewis. And an essay by Lewis that continues to challenge and inspire me is The Weight of Glory. And if you haven't read it, I want to put it on your reading list. It's the weight of glory. And what he means by that is the incredible worth and beauty and transformation that will occur to the children of God, to the children of light, when they see the Lord face to face. It's worth 1,000 sermons. If you've ever heard the description, the God of glory or the glory of God, Lewis makes it concrete and beautiful in a way that I don't think any pastor could. It's worth 1,000 sermons, the weight of glory. And he gave that talk during wartime. Thank you for that question. Great question. Who else?
Maybe time for one more question or comment?
Okay. Just to piggyback on the question earlier about the World War I, World War II coming out of Christian cultures. To what extent did Tolkien and C.S. Lewis see themselves as still in Christian cultures? I mean, because to a large extent, these isms, had come in, nationalism had come in to displace religion.
Fabulous question. Lewis is maybe more explicit about this than Tolkien. When he moved from Oxford to Cambridge, he gave an inaugural address there at Cambridge. And he uses the phrase, not the first one to use it, but he uses the phrase post-Christian culture. And he unpacks what that means. That there's been a shift. And what he means by that, of course, is the West. The West has become a post-Christian culture. It doesn't share some of the basic assumptions that it used to have centuries back. And in a sense, it's not even pagan in the best sense, because paganism at least had a belief in many gods, but it's past that. And he says that Christians have more in common with pagans than what we've got right now in 20th century Europe. That's part of his argument, a post-Christian. So yeah, they saw themselves in a culture that had really gone off the rails in many ways. And I think this is what's so encouraging about the story. Instead of throwing up their hands, instead of taking to Twitter and going into a rage, they decide, fathers, they're not writing the books we want to read. We're going to have to write some ourselves. And they just get at it. They just step into the fray and try to make a difference. They and their circle of friends known as the Inklings, and we're still talking about their works 75 years later. Not bad. Thank you for that. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you all.